Morning, T. Haynes. Arch. And Realtor Clark edging out Coffin Ball for the Bronze. Whew. Arch, do you mean James Earl Jones? Yes. I was amusing myself watching some of his Letterman appearances over the years. Yes. Head Cranepool. Played right out of high school on the 62 Mets. You know, they once said if God had a voice, he'd be John Facenda. He could have been James Earl Jones. I believe he's one of the few who's a member of the EGOT.
Really?
Yeah. One of them was an honorary.
Is it brilliant man, great career, but is it a real EGOT if you get an honorary, Tony?
Well, it's, Okay, he was given an honorary Academy Award. I mean, I have to admit, he was the voice of Darth Vader. Never mind Field of Dreams.
And neither of which were Oscar-worthy roles.
Wow, the voice of Darth Vader, huh? No, I'm just talking about in terms of the honorary Oscar.
Oh, yeah, but that's not...
So, well, we can talk about it.
Killing segments.
I agree with you, though. He won 4 Tonys, by the way. I'm sorry, 3 Tonys. Yeah, so no DirecTV? Well, I said no Monday Night Football last night, huh? Wow. Oh, then this thing could go on.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Tuesday. Hope your week got off to a good start yesterday. Thanks for being with us this morning. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. How the heck are you, Mark?
I'm good. Well rested. I didn't set an alarm last night by mistake. So I woke up in a panic at about 5 o'clock this morning, which is, a little later than I normally get up.
Right. Wow. Okay. So you were that tired that you didn't set the alarm.
I just slipped my mind. I went to bed after the game and from the couch to the bedroom and
Gotcha.
just didn't, plug the phone in, didn't set the alarm.
So you were kind of like the Jets' defensive line then.
A lot of holes.
A lot of holes. You were worn out, and you just what happens happens. And in this case, what happened was the Niners just running the ball down their throat. What does running the ball down a team's throat look like in the NFL? Last night's Monday Night Football game. Thank you very much. And how many of you, 21,000 text line, Twitch chat room, how many of you have Christian McCaffrey on your fantasy league team? And when an hour and a half before the game, he gets ruled inactive, and apparently they knew since Friday and didn't tell anybody and kept it a secret. How many of you basically just needed him to play last night? Don't even know if you needed him to score. Well, how many of you needed, 50, 60 yards rushing from Christian McCaffrey and a touchdown, and you would have won your fantasy league this week, but instead you got Bobcats.
Happens.
Yep.
This is the part of Monday nights that's scary when you have a player that's often injured and then on the injury report, these things happen. So, about 8% of you, 1 in 12.
But Russell Wilson couldn't play because of his calf. Christian McCaffrey couldn't play because of his calf. I think we all owe Russell Wilson an apology. We called it an old man injury. McCaffrey's in his late 20s. So maybe we owe Russ just a little bit of an apology. But home teams won 11 of the 16, Mark. Last year, home teams were 6-10 after week 1. This year, they're 11-5.
And that's scheduling more than anything else. I mean, the home teams were favorites in most every game. We did not have a schedule that set up for a lot of road teams to expected to be winners, and that was the case. San Francisco last night finishing the week off, taking care of business at home, looking like the defending NFC champs.
And I believe if you took the favorites, you went 9-7 in week 1, I believe. And that's with 4 underdogs covering by a half. So it was nearly a dominant performance by the favorites, but oh, so close. Oh, so close. How many of you have DirecTV? I guess they didn't reach a deal. Oh, boy. Because that's, the whole Mark, what brings about a deal, a deadline.
Thanks, Jared.
Right. That's what we heard. Well, the last time that Disney and DirecTV had a dispute, it lasted through the U.S. Open and the first week or so of college football, but it got resolved a couple hours before Monday Night Football's first game of the year. I guess it didn't get resolved last night.
No.
Ironic. I thought during Monday Night Countdown, don't know how many of you watched, but I'm just sitting in the booth hanging out, and I looked and I saw this ad for DirecTV, and I kind of laughed. I said, well, you got a lot of onions paying for this right now. Or you, ESPN, have a lot of onions airing it. One or the other. So what'd you think of Aaron Rodgers from what you saw? I mean, did he look old to you? Did he look okay? Did he look like he was just playing on the inferior team?
little bit of everything. I mean, he had some really nice throws. My favorite part about Aaron Rodgers is the facial expressions after a drop.
How do you translate them, by the way? To you, what is he saying?
How bad are you? Are you serious right now? I threw that right into your hands, and you have one job to do: catch the ball.
I thought when Lazard dropped, but was it his first pass of the game? I think it
Yeah,
was.
It was the first pass of the game. Would have given him a first down.
Right.
Hit him right in the hands, David.
Right in the hands. Now he did slip coming out of his break, Lazard, and maybe it threw him off. But he's got to catch that ball, obviously. And my mental translation of Rodgers' face was his face was saying, "You know, I rehabbed for a full year. I'm old. Everything hurts. Seriously, you can't catch that ball? I may never throw you a better ball than that the rest of my career. Is this how this is going to go? Seriously?" That was my translation in my head.
Either that or it's very simple. Every time he's going, Devontae Adams. Where's Devontae Adams? Please, please make a trade with Vegas.
Another time, okay, which I saw his face, and I was thinking in Lazard's case, he was saying, "You know, I brought your ass here. I got you paid. Seriously? What in the world? I mean, if it wasn't for me, do you know how much money you'd be making? Catch the damn ball." So I'm with you. I'm with you. We could all play that. What do you think Aaron is saying right now, face?
And it's the one time that it's very relatable to me. Because, David, we are not gentle in the face.
No, I actually have a note next to my computer at home that I broadcast from, my makeshift studio, in which it's a note from my wife that says, "Try really hard to be gentle in the face."
During the show, you are. I don't see many times when you give me a look as if, boy, you're an idiot. You may think it.
No, you give me
There's
the
no
look.
doubt that you may think it.
No, you give more looks to me than I give to you. That is true. Now, I will say, for those that take us in on twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, there are times in which I will read a comment in the Twitch chat room and I will give that person a look like, "Are you serious? Come on. What is your problem?" All right. So I do need to be nicer.
I can relate to Aaron. Not very often, but when it comes to the look he gives receivers after dropping a ball, I just say to Aaron, can you be a little more gentle in the face?
So I was laughing about midway through the game because I believe the running back, the Niners had over 100 yards rushing in the first half. And I remember thinking a comment that I had made to Troy right before the game, in which I said, "Listen, don't fall victim to this whole next man up crap. All right. This is Christian McCaffrey. All right. This is the guy who had the most yards from scrimmage in the league last year. You don't just replace Christian McCaffrey. Okay. Whatever you do, don't give me the cliche. Okay. It's next man up." And I looked right at him and I said, "Remember when Emmett held out the first two games of the 93 season?" And I looked up the stats because Troy and Joe had to go down on the field and do two hits. Okay. During Monday Night Countdown, one walking the field and one sitting on the set. So they were gone for like 30, 40 minutes from the booth. And so that's when it broke, hour and a half before the game, the inactives came out. And it's like, oh my goodness, Christian McCaffrey's inactive. So I looked up the stat difference between the Cowboys with Emmitt Smith and without those two games. And so I had them fresh. And I said, look, you rushed for 58 less yards a game. Okay, those two games without Emmett. You scored half the points, okay, without Emmett that you did with Emmett. Okay, I said, whatever you do not say it's just next man up. So like late third, early fourth, he's over 100 yards. All right, they're kicking their butt and what have you. So Troy on the air basically decides, I'm going to make fun of Moulton without saying it. All right. And he does the whole, Joe, they say, when somebody gets hurt, it's next man up. But, come on, it's not going to be the case with Christian McCaffrey, right? And it turns out, Joe, guess what? For one night, it's the case even without Christian McCaffrey. And he turns and looks at me like, just shut up, okay? You're lucky you're here. You got it? You gotta love sports, don't you?
Buck 47.
Right.
Jordan Mason, in case you're wondering who we're talking about. Jordan Mason goes for a buck 47 last night.
More carries in a game than his entire pro career that he had ever had in a game, and more carries than he ever had in a single game at Georgia Tech. You have to go back to high school, the last time he carried the ball as often as he did in a game last night. Cool scene before the game. His mom was there. And so he goes up, edge of the stands, and he lets her know, hey, 23's not playing. Your son's getting a start. And she's all happy and gives him a hug. All right. It was a nice moment. Best game as a pro. Your mom's there.
And then he delivers with a monster game.
Yep. So
probably ended up with a game ball after the game.
I would hope so, for goodness sake.
I mean,
28 for a buck 47 and a touchdown?
That's going on the mantle.
Tap the understudy and say, by the way, this Friday night performance, packed house, it's you, buddy. It's you. Okay? Don't look at the front row, all right? There's a few famous people there. Just do your job.
So a dominant performance from the Niners last night. The Jets, well, they have work to do because,
they got a schedule, though. They can do it.
Right, but they've got to be able to stop a run.
Yes.
I mean, this goes back to last year, and their defensive line, while their defense is very good, their line's susceptible to the run. And if you think you can run against a team in the NFL, then it's going to happen. So they've got to figure that out.
Quinnen Williams got blocked last night over and over again. So much so he was on the sidelines for a surprisingly large number of plays. So, yes, Jets need to work on that. Also, something to keep in mind for the Bills and the Dolphins when they play the Jets. Hey, it's not sexy, but you know what? You maybe just line it up against this team. Miller and Moulton. David Samson will join us in about 45 minutes. Thanks so much for being with us. MillerandMoulton.com. Are you suffering from neuropathy? Do you experience stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your feet? Are you tired of sleepless nights and avoiding life due to pain? If you've been diagnosed with neuropathy or experiencing pain or numbness in your feet, pick up the phone and call us right now before it's too late at 239-382-7332. Again, that's 239-382-7332. Neuropathy is a very serious and progressive disease where your nerves start to break down. Eventually, it leads to balance problems, falls, complete loss of independence, and can lead to amputation.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Norrell, DC. Our program addresses the underlying causes and doesn't simply mask your symptoms with medication. In fact, many patients start experiencing relief from neuropathy symptoms within weeks. There's no surgery and no use of prescription drugs.
Pick up the phone right now and call 239-382-7332. Call us today at Restore Health. 239-382-7332.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So Adam's wife is leading the Miller and Moulton Listener Fantasy League. All right. We'll have her on. Dr. Roto ever misses a week?
Oh, I'm not happy with Dr. Roto. He cost me week 1. His 2 starts that he suggested cost me the game. I went with Dr. Roto's advice.
How'd your son do?
I think he won.
So I just got a text. For those that had DirecTV, was the game also on ABC or no? So is that how DirecTV got around it? I didn't realize, because last year, because of the writer's strike, they put Monday Night Football on ABC for the whole year, which helped account for the ratings increase. But this year, I thought it was only going to be on ABC when we had double headers. The 3 or 4 times we have those. Well, ambient, I'm guessing, less than 10% of you have DirecTV is my guess. Yeah, well, that's the price of Sunday ticket. Go Raiders. Plus, once they get you, they figure they can raise the rates. Did something I've never done before last night. I had a salad at halftime. It was a very low moment.
Sorry.
Yeah, don't know what came over me.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
At 21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for listening. Miller and Moulton brought to you in part by American Paint Supplies, your one-stop shop for all your coatings needs. David Samson, in about 40 minutes' time, will join us on the American Paint Supplies hotline. So there. I don't know if he's aware of that, but he will.
I doubt it.
No. I was texting him about James Earl Jones last night. And because I was watching heard of his passing once we were at the stadium, and the legendary James Earl Jones. Better voice, John Facenda, James Earl Jones.
Yes.
They said about Facenda, if God had a voice, it would be his. I don't know. James Earl Jones may have said, hold my beer. I mean, the voice of Darth Vader. That's pretty good.
It's
And
excellent.
what do you do after that? Yeah. What do you do after that? What do you do for a living? I'm Darth Vader. Oh, yeah. I pretty much just cash checks. Yep. So here's a question, not trying to in any way denigrate James Earl Jones. We're just trying to clarify. Mark, you know me. I'm big on Halls of Fame, and I'm fascinated by those that have won an EGOT. That's an Emmy, a Grammy, an Oscar, and a Tony. There's like less than 20 of them, I think, that are EGOT people. That's a club. What club you in? EGOT. Ooh. James Earl Jones won, I believe, 2 Emmys, a Grammy, 3 Tonys, and an honorary Academy Award in 2011. You know, the one person they bring out and they say, hey.
Right. We must have missed a spot where you were supposed to get one.
Right. You've been amazing. Here's an Oscar just for being you. Does that count?
And you're putting me in a tough spot because the man just passed. He's a legend.
I know. I'm just wondering.
That's an honorary Oscar.
Is it? But the Academy counts it for what it's worth. The Academy counts it because the Academy feels as if they then did the vote. They sat down, they talked about it, and they said of all the people that we could have honored for their career, we are honoring you. Here you go. And they don't just give it to people who have not won Oscars. They give the honorary Academy Award to people who have won multiple Oscars. So the Academy counts it for what it's worth.
Well, if the Academy counts it, then who am I to say that it doesn't count? But to me, that is an asterisk next to the EGOT.
Okay. All right. We will ask David Samson because you know this is right up his alley.
Oh, yeah. We may not talk baseball the entire time. We may talk EGOTs.
But also the character in Field of Dreams. Right? If you build it, they will come. Right?
I mean, The Lion King. I mean,
Yeah.
one of my first off, from a comedic standpoint, him playing Eddie Murphy's dad in Coming to America.
Tremendous.
Is outstanding.
It's over 35 years ago,
I mean,
too.
when he walks in and the fiance, the soon-to-be bride of Eddie Murphy, is hopping on one leg barking, and he says, I see you're getting along well here.
I entertained myself in the booth last night. I was watching the times that Letterman brought him out to read top 10 lists. Oh, man. Funny. One of them was top 10 things that sound cool when read by James Earl Jones. And Mark, number 3 was number 3. But so James Earl Jones passing away yesterday, if you hadn't heard, at the age of 93.
That's a run.
That is a good run.
That's a great run, David. A
Yep.
good run's
true.
85. You get that 9 as a first digit. That becomes a great run.
You know, there you go. Not to get morbid here, but you know what? How much of a run do you have to have for it to be a great run?
It's got to be a 9.
You think so?
I do.
Really? Look at you being the hard grader. Okay. I mean, normally you're a little softer with the grader. So you mean to tell me 85, 87, 88's not a great run? It's only a very good run?
Depends on what you did with it. I can round up.
So you're saying like 86 is a B plus unless you accomplish something?
Yeah.
And it needs to not be an honorary, is what you're saying?
Well, it could be an honorary. I mean, I don't need you to have won an EGOT to say it was a great run. You could have won, 14 club championships. That's good enough for me. I don't. It doesn't matter where your area of expertise was in. Not all of us can be great actors. You could have been just a great ladies' man for all those years. And at 86, you go, I'll be damned. You know what? That was 4 marriages, 18 fiancés. That's a great run.
Oh, no. Okay. There you go. I understand. Hey, 14 club championships. Obviously, somebody who can perform under pressure.
Exactly.
I could see where that would take it from a B plus to the A category. I would. So there you have it. I don't know if we want it to be our poll question. If you get an honorary Oscar, does it count? All right, but just
very harsh the day after a man died to
I agree.
to be putting that up there. I mean,
Yeah,
we have snark, but we have a little bit of
decorum.
Just a touch.
Usually, at least a little bit. So, all right. Miller and Moulton. Hey, so they released the video of apprehending Tyreek Hill and the other Dolphins also. And, Mark, it's funny. It's kind of like politics. All right. You're going to have one person from one side and one person from the other, and you can put the exact same thing up on the screen, if you will, and the reactions can be very different, because the reactions from the Miami-Dade police and the Miami Dolphins about the same video are strikingly different.
They are. Miami-Dade says they did everything.
Yeah, he was mouthing off,
if you will. He
right.
was mouthing off, and they put him to the ground because he wouldn't listen.
Right. I mean,
they asked him to sit down. He wouldn't sit down.
Listen, we give you 1-2 chances tops. You don't listen to us, we just take matters into our own hands. And the Dolphins' response is, this is sad. This is tragic. This shouldn't be happening. And, basically, let the lawsuits begin. And this is very disheartening. So, curious. I mean, guessing most of you have seen it. Your reaction to Tyreek Hill and Calais Campbell. And I have to admit, I'm trying to be a little lighthearted here. I felt badly for John New Smith, guy sitting in the passenger seat sipping a cold one. I mean, not cold one, but like an iced tea or something. It's getting yelled at by one of the cops. You can tell his reaction's like, dude, I'm in the passenger seat. What? I'm just sitting here. I'm not even on my phone. Why am I getting yelled at? But so then that's out there. Certainly not a lighthearted moment. I will say, for everyone involved, I think it helps the Dolphins are playing Thursday.
I think it helps the Dolphins won.
And it's a big game. It's the Bills. So, the focus this week is going to be on the Dolphins and the Bills, which I think is how we'd prefer.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
I love my shower.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family. This is Miller and Moulton.
Here's what I'm wondering. Is it possible it could be both? Because clearly Tyreek,
I mean, to Ambient's question, my answer would be yes.
yeah, that, Tyreek at the beginning, mouthed off to him, wasn't cooperative. Okay. Now, then you could argue, you know, did the cops go a little too far? Especially since there were 4 of them. Okay.
But when the cops see the window rolled up and they won't roll the window down, it's a tinted window, you can't see what's going on in there.
Right.
If you're a
And you
police
could
officer,
see-
you become nervous at that point.
Right.
I'm sorry.
But
What
once
if
they
he
got
just listened to the police officer and rolled his window down?
Yep. But once they got him out of the car and they spun him around and they put him up against the car, okay, then you wonder, okay, how much more needs to be done? But there's no doubt Tyreek didn't handle the first part of that well. And got to admit, the knee in the back seems painful.
Yeah.
I mean, that hasn't happened to me in a while. I mean, not since
Here's an
Saturdays.
idea. Do what you're told when it's a police officer.
But then I do think it's a fair question in which you go. Now, if at the beginning you're not cooperative, how far are they allowed to go? Or is it
Being cooperative doesn't work, Realtor Clark? Really? It always has for me.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
David Samson will join us coming up at the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton brought to you in part by Floormeisters. Floormeisters next to Costco in Naples. Floormeisters keeping it real. 22 minutes before the hour. Yeah? Something on your mind?
No. I just wanted to know do you think about shooting the fingers out when you say keeping it real?
Well, no, because I did it while the music was playing. So I just, I probably should have, though.
I was just wondering.
Floormeisters, and then, like double barrel.
Just keeping it real.
Keeping it real. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
Well, how about a little Monday Night Football? And no Christian McCaffrey for the Niners. So, all right, full disclosure. Miller, Moulton, and this is our third act, as we affectionately refer to it. Our first act was a decade-long run in the afternoons in Southwest Florida only. And our producer for almost the entire run was named John Cassio. By the way, he's still called John Cassio, in case you're wondering. And so the three of us have kept in touch over the years, and we, have the whole joint text thing. And late yesterday afternoon, John made Miller and Moulton aware of Andy Slater, who does an afternoon talk show in West Palm. And he was 2/3 of the way on a 3-bet parlay to a $30,000 payday. And the last part of the parlay was both the Jets and the Niners having a rushing touchdown in the game Monday night. And so he said to the Hard Rock folks, make me an offer or I'm going to let it run, let it fly, if you will, tonight. And so I guess it was a $2,000 bet. And the Hard Rock came back and offered him roughly $8,500. And Andy Slater said, not enough. I'm going to let it fly. And Mark, I thought of Andy Slater when I found out that Christian McCaffrey, 90 minutes before kickoff, was inactive. Because I thought, Niners may have trouble running the ball tonight.
Right.
Man, this is the guy who led the NFL in yards from scrimmage by over 150 last year. I just trying to sound like, cliche sportscaster voice there. Jordan Mason was his replacement. He ran for 28 times for 147 yards and a touchdown. Niners scored a couple of rushing touchdowns last night, and they rushed for nearly 200 yards. Jets also had a rushing touchdown. So Andy won a little over $30,000. Yep. And the Niners won 32-19. Don't know if the game was really that close. Jets tacked one on late. Aaron Rodgers looked okay. 13 of 21, 167 yards, had a TD and an interception. The interception was a deflection. Pass was accurate. DB stuck his arm in, it bounced off his arm, and another DB caught the rebound. 8 straight times the Niners had the ball, they scored. 6 field goals, 2 touchdowns. Tough to win that way, Mark. Tough to win that way. Next up for the 0-1 Jets, they're in Nashville against the 0-1 Titans. Next up for the 1-0 Niners, they're at the 1-0 Vikings. And there you go. We mentioned it earlier. Miami-Dade police released a statement blaming Tyreek Hill for what took place on Sunday. Body cam footage was released, and depending on your point of view, you blame either Tyreek Hill or the Miami-Dade police. Okay? The Dolphins released a statement blaming the police. So that's where we're at. There's no denying that at first Tyreek was uncooperative. There's also no denying that the police got aggressive.
Right, because a guy didn't get out of his car, didn't roll his window down, didn't listen to anything that was being asked of him by the police. I'm sorry. I'm on the police side here. I don't get it. When you get pulled over, do what they ask of you. I don't like authority. Cops make me very nervous. But I listen to them and do what they tell me to do.
Yep.
When I'm pulled over, and I've been pulled over a handful of times.
I mean, don't you know who I am, by the way, which we don't know if Tyreek said. It didn't sound like he said those exact words. But the don't you know who I am approach with cops is probably not the approach to take. That's all. I mean, I would think.
I mean, starting off by telling the cops not to tap on your window. Don't do that. I mean, your first words out of your mouth, don't do that. Oh, well, that should put the police in a great mood.
Deshaun Watson, by the way, the hits just keep on coming. A, he's apparently no good now. B, the Browns have him under contract for this season and 2 more at really big money and even bigger cap hits. And now he's been accused of sexual assault in a lawsuit that goes back to 2020. So he's got that going for him, which is nice. Some injury notes. Puka Nacua on short-term IR for the Rams with a knee injury, so he'll miss at least 4 weeks. Jordan Love, no IR. They're hoping to get him back sooner than 4 weeks, but Malik Willis is the guy they're planning to start this coming Sunday against the Colts. Bears wide receiver Rome Odunze, okay, sprained left MCL. They say he's week to week. I got to figure that's good for at least a couple of weeks out. By the way, the Browns signed Kadarius Toney. He said there were about 4 teams interested in signing him. One of the others was also Seattle.
So he's going to drop balls in Cleveland now?
Yeah. Well, that's if Deshaun can even get it in his area code. I mean, he doesn't seem to be all that good anymore. Number 2, baseball. Mets scored 2 in the 8th, and despite only having 3 hits on the night, beat the Blue Jays 3-2. You combine that with the Braves' 1-0 loss at home to the Reds because Atlanta only had 2 hits. And now the Braves are 1 back of the Mets with 18 to play. Say it again, final week of the season, Mets and Braves, a 3-game. You know, it's not good to sneeze during the starting 5. A 3-game series.
Wow.
Thank you.
I hit the wrong mic. I turned off the wrong. There's 4 buttons that are on. I saw it. And I just went to hit a button off and I didn't get to the right one.
Did you turn your mic off?
I turned the computer off. It's not doing anything right now. It was really irrelevant.
Oh, good. But it looked like you were producing the heck out of the show.
I could have dumped the sneeze if you wanted me to.
Guardians beat the White Sox 5-3. They now have a 3.5-game lead in the Central because the Royals lost to the Yankees 10-4. You combine the Yankees win with the Orioles 12-3 loss in Boston. Yankees now lead the East by 1.5 games, 2 in the loss column. By the way, in the win for the Red Sox, they had not 1 but 2 players hit 2 home runs each. That's a wow. That doesn't happen very often. Rob Refsnyder and Tyler O'Neill both had 2 home runs for the Red Sox last night. So you got the Guardians with 3.5 game lead, got the Yankees with a 1.5 game lead. Meanwhile, the Twins keep losing. Angels beat them 6-2. So Boston, Detroit, and Seattle are all 3 games behind the Twins for the final playoff spot in the American League. Minnesota's trying really hard to blow this.
Are they ever?
I mean, they were
Considering when they were 6
game
clear,
out.
7 clear of all these teams last week.
Yeah, and they were like a game behind the Guardians a couple weeks ago, right? And now they're clinging to the 6th spot. Phillies beat the Rays 2-1. They have a 7-game lead in the East. Their magic number's 12 with 18 to play. Cubs beat the Dodgers 10-4. Cody Bellinger, a homer and 3 RBIs. Pirates 3-2 over the Marlins. That Skeens kid picked up his 10th win. Don't know if he's going to win Rookie of the Year in the National League. Might finish second to an everyday player. We mentioned earlier James Earl Jones, Field of Dreams, one of his movies. He passed away at the age of 93. Also, Ed Kranepool, an original New York Met. Literally graduated high school and 3 weeks later played for the Mets at the age of 17. Ed Kranepool passed away at the age of 79. College football, Billy Napier says he's going to use both Graham Mertz and DJ Lagway at quarterback against Texas A&M. Do you believe that Billy's going to have some kind of rotation, or do you think Billy's just trying to, play the old decoy game, Mark? Don't let him know what we're going to do.
Look at Billy right now. If he's playing with anything, it should be himself, because this is going badly. You want to play the decoy game? Fine. I'd play the freshman.
You said that yesterday. You'd play the kid. I would play Mertz because I'm a little concerned about the Florida O-line against the Texas A&M D-line. And I think the pressures and anyway, I'd start with the veteran. Florida State running back Jalen Lucas out for the rest of the year. They would not disclose why. This really bothers me. I may be the only person it bothers in all of America, but it really bothers me. Okay? If you take our money, you got to give us more than you're giving us. Okay? And don't tell me this is HIPAA. Okay? HIPAA is whether or not I have cancer or not. Okay? This is not whether or not you guys got a knee injury or an ankle injury. Come on now. Give me a break. By the way, my understanding is I don't have cancer. Okay? Just for the record. I'm disclosing more than Florida State. This really bothers me, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah. Couple of NHL notes. So they laid the Goudreau brothers to rest yesterday. A massive outpouring for the two, and we all know about the tragedy. So the youngest brother's widow had disclosed at the time of their death that she was expecting. Now, Johnny Goudreau's widow, yesterday at the memorial, disclosed that she is 9 weeks pregnant with their third child.
Oh,
so this story just gets better and better.
No, there's not much you can say to that,
No.
Dave.
Penguin Sidney Crosby. How about we try to end on a hockey up note? He says he's, quote, pretty optimistic an extension is going to get done, unquote, before the season starts on October 9th. So Sid the Kid wants to be a Penguin for life, even though the Penguins have not won a playoff series since they last won Lord Stanley, which I believe was 2017. Have not won a playoff series since, and the future does not look rosy for the Penguins either. And when given an opportunity, he has said, nope, I'm a Penguin. I'm a Penguin for life. I'm not going anywhere. Because obviously, if they traded Sidney Crosby, they could get a lot. And also, second greatest Penguin of all time, which is saying something, by the way. mean, that's putting him ahead of Yager.
Well, he's clearly ahead of Yager.
Okay.
Clearly.
All right. Okay. So second greatest Penguin of all time.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And also, if he went to management and said, listen, I've given you guys like 18 years, 19 years. I'd really like to end it on a contender. Can you do the Ray Bork thing? Or just let me go? My free agency, I'll just, when that comes up in a year, I'll just leave. And they would have said, sure, whatever. I mean, Mario and Sid are tight. If Sid went to Mario, Mario would have said, sure. Yeah, whatever you want, man. We'll do it for you. But he said, no, I'm a Penguin for life, and they expect to get the deal done in the next 4 weeks. LIV announces that season 4, they're going to start on the other side of the world. They're going to start in February in Saudi Arabia. And even though the tour is funded by the Saudis, they've never played an event in Saudi Arabia. Then they're going to go to Australia, Hong Kong, and Singapore, all before the Masters. February and March. That's where they're going to start. Figure that'll be big ratings for the CW. Huh?
All on the CW.
Right. And finally, tonight, 7 o'clock, there's a men's soccer friendly between Team USA and New Zealand. And at 7 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
I like that you go with the announcer voice for your own segment. I
Right.
really do.
I want to make it seem as if someone else is doing it. Although I know I'm fooling no one. David Samson is next.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning, David.
Good morning. How are you?
Excellent. Yourself?
Great. David, back to being exhausted, right?
Well, Tuesday's the rough day, especially when I'm in California, just because also, obviously, a full day of travel. And I'll actually get, quote, home earlier than a lot of times. I'll actually land at like 8:30 tonight, which is not bad because I've got a few of these mapped out where I'm landing at like 11 at night.
You are amazing to do back-to-backs. That's tough in California.
Sleep is sleep, though. I mean, if you're in the East Coast, it's still 4 hours sleep, before
no
the show. I
question.
mean, it's just.
I'm going to LA next week. I don't mind doing the 5 a.m. shows, actually.
Well, I wouldn't mind doing the 5 a.m. shows either. It's the 3 a.m.
It's the 3 a.m. You can leave a mark.
It's the 2:23 a.m. wake-up call.
Especially for the room next door.
Well, I do put in special requests. Okay, like I'm serious. Like
to be in the corner.
I say, can you put me at the end of the hall? If you have a stairwell, put me in the room next to the stairwell.
I do
and I
the same.
explained, when I fill out the thing, what I'm doing. And now I've yet to have, in all the years that we've done this, I've yet to have somebody next door knock on the door or to have the front desk call and say, we're getting noise complaints.
I've had the knock on the wall before.
And did you respond and say, hey, I didn't pound on it last night when you were doing your business?
No.
Okay.
I always assumed the person's 6'4", 250, so I never respond at all.
Gotcha. It's like pretending you're not home.
Exactly. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Just shh. Don't answer the door. David, I don't think my Mets are gonna be able to hold off the Braves because it's the Mets and it's the Braves. Okay. And when it comes to playing big games against the Braves, they never win. All right. But I have to admit, I am pleasantly surprised and intrigued that they're 1 up with 18 to play. In fact, I'm borderline shocked.
September 24 to 26.
Yep. In Atlanta.
It's the big one.
I can recite you chapter and verse of how well the Mets have done in big games in Atlanta going back to 1998.
God, did I love eliminating the Mets from playoff contention those years in 07,
You guys
08.
shut down Shea Stadium.
Yes, we did. With a win, no less.
And I think that was Tom Glavine's last ever game.
It was, and we crushed them.
Yeah, well, you guys scored like 7 or 8 in the first.
The top of the first. And then, but you guys came back and scored off us in the bottom. It could have been Dontrell Willis. I don't know. I'd have to look the last game at Shea for the box score, whether it was who pitched for us.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Tuesdays at this time mean David Samson. He have nothing personal with David Samson, an award-winning podcast, which is recorded live at 8 a.m. Eastern, and then it's rebroadcast at 10 a.m. Eastern. DraftKings, right?
DraftKings Network, 10 a.m. Therefore, you can watch the entire your show and then go right to my show.
David Samson joining us on the American Paint Supplies hotline. All right, James Earl Jones, you're the big movie geek, okay, on our show, even though I love Broadway. But your thoughts on the passing of, if God had a voice, it really could be James Earl Jones.
First of all, I resent the implication that I'm a geek just because I love movies. I don't see that those words necessarily go together. But James Earl Jones is one of the examples, and I don't have this with many of the older actors. You know, Dustin Hoffman's getting older, Gene Hackman, Clint Eastwood, Jack Nicholson. There's something about James Earl Jones that I thought about his passing a lot. And obviously, you know, it's going to come. And the reason why James Earl Jones is in my head, and this one hurts. They all are going to hurt. Everything hurts, of course. But the way he's associated with baseball, the commissioner's office, when we would go to owners' meetings, they would often play James Earl Jones narrating things. He would narrate things for us that were internal, but he would also, obviously, with Field of Dreams and the other baseball, The Sandlot. So he was just a part of my career, a part of my personal life. So I'm sad for him, but he had a good run. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, 93. That's a great run, no doubt. All right, here's the question we are asking. He is an EGOT winner, the Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and Tony. But the Oscar was an honorary Oscar. Does that count, or is that an asterisk?
It's an asterisk. I'm sorry to say that. The EGOTs is when you win an actual Oscar, Tony, and Emmy and Grammy, and for a performance. Now, I don't want to make it sound as though he's a schlepper.
No. We went through this same thing earlier. We're just wondering, like, there are obits today, the Wikipedia, in which you look and they say he is an EGOT winner, and yet the Oscar is honorary. Now, I believe, and I'm sorry, you do know we love you, okay? We are affectionately referring to you as a movie geek because you are, okay? Own it. But that, you know, the Academy considers their Oscar to be a real one, if you know what I mean, that they essentially voted themselves. So yes, we're giving you an Oscar because your body of work is so amazing. Here is a Lifetime Academy Award, and to us, we count it.
I would hate to be operated on by a person who got an honorary degree from a medical school. That's sort of the end of my argument.
Oh, see, we can really do much after that, Mark.
Maybe he stayed in a Holiday Inn Express last night as well.
Wow.
I'm not sure. Holy cow. Well, I'm on your side for what it's worth. I think you have to win all four. It doesn't take anything away from a remarkable career and all of the great things that he's done, but he didn't win an Oscar.
And that's okay. I'm not going to win an Oscar, it seems.
No.
And it doesn't mean that I've had a waste of a life, although I'm still in the fifth inning. But I would say that I hate that that's what we're talking about with him today. What's amazing is the fact that he found a way to break through with his voice. Think about that concept. Now, it's sort of breaking through back when there were silent movies, and how to break through with just your physicality and just your actions. He broke through with a voice that it will never die. And that's the best part about this age of social media, this age of video, where everything we do is recorded. Everyone will know James Earl Jones's voice. And my memory of his voice, among other things, of course, and people aren't talking about it enough. When I used to deliver newspapers in Europe out of law school, was the first thing I ever did for a living. And I had a company called News Travels Fast. And the only channel I could watch in the hotels around Europe was international CNN. And he was the voice of CNN way back in the beginning. This is CNN. And it made me feel as though I was home. It was better than the Golden Arches on the Champs-Elysees.
But also to think that, I mean, when you're the voice of Darth Vader, okay, what do you do after that? And he did so much.
Well, I looked at his IMDb page yesterday after he passed away, and I was coming up with the top 5 performances for Nothing Personal this morning, and he has about 190 acting credits. And you go back and look at the span of years and the movies he had done and the things that he has done in his career, and you just realize that he's one of the few who he's been doing it for decades. And I didn't realize that I didn't know whether he was close to death or not. I knew that he was old. So I was just taken by surprise. Like when people are sick and the rumors come out, this is it, people going to say goodbye, that type of thing. I hadn't seen one thing about him dying, and then he was dead. So I will miss him. We will all miss him, but we are all the luckier for the fact that he was in the industry.
Well, and it was sent to me on a text. I didn't know this, and I had to look it up to make sure. He had a horrible stutter as a kid. For a guy who's lived by his voice, overcame a terrific stutter. And I double-checked it to make sure that this person was right. They sent me a text like, I'm not reading this on the air. I got to double-check. And so for a guy who's known for his voice to overcome a stutter that he had all through childhood is amazing.
I never heard that. That's reminding me of the King's Speech. So
right.
There are people who get over stutters. President Biden has a stutter, and that's one of the things that causes people to believe, without getting political, doesn't matter what you think he's saying or whether you agree with it, but that is sometimes one of the things that causes pausing and causes an issue with the voice. But I did not realize that is quite a comeback then. Good for him.
All right, our $20. Mets are 1 up on the Braves with 18 to play. They've got a 3-game series in Atlanta the final week of the season. Who would you put your money on, Mets or Braves? The Braves, who literally have a lineup with 4 guys who are not a part of the organization at the beginning of the year and have been released at some point during this season. That's the kind of injuries the Braves have had. But their uniform says Braves, and the other team's uniform says Mets, and we all know what that means.
Boy, this is so important for the Mets because it's going to be crushing. My view is when a fan base or when a team has been bad from the beginning of the season and then all of a sudden gets really good, and then you give hope to the fans, and then that hope gets dashed, it can be dreadfully difficult, as opposed to just being good the whole time or bad the whole time, or first good and then bad the way the Mariners have been. That's sort of easier, believe it or not, on the fan base. You guys are being put through the ringer because now you think they're going to do it. And the Braves certainly have all those injuries, pitching staff. There's no Acuna, Albies. It's terrible. That said, to me, this will define the Steve Cohen era, where he said that we were going to win in the first 5 years. This is it. And they've got a chance. They've got Lindor, who really could be the MVP. And you look at their team and you think, wow, they are going to make the playoffs. And then you realize they're going to blow it.
Are the Twins going to blow it? I mean, they are just reeling right now. They were a game and a half out of first. It seems like a week ago. They haven't won since. Now they're only 3 up on 3 teams. It's a decent cushion, but are they going to be able to get the horse into the barn?
Boy, it's hard for them. And I was thinking about all of those teams, whether it's the Royals or the Twins or the Guardians, and you just feel as though that they're rooting for the Yankees to win the division. They don't want to face the Yankees early because the Yankees will eliminate them, it always seems. The Twins got reamed by Rocco Baldelli, their manager, who said, what is going on with you guys? What is wrong with you guys? This is when you really see what managers and teams are made of. And it sounds cliche, but when you start you feel sort of the team on your back the way the Braves do, although the Mets are now in the lead, the way the Twins are, players can tighten up. And so in September, when we were heading toward the playoffs, we did things to try to make the team loose and try to release some of the pressure. And I assume in Minnesota, they're doing the same thing. They've got a great front office there, a great manager in Rocco. So I'm excited to see what they do. I don't think they will blow it because I don't believe that the Tigers, the Red Sox, or any of those teams can catch them.
Why are the Orioles regressing? Why are they worse this year than they were at this time last year?
Boy, I'm offended by that statement. I'm sorry. What does that mean, regressing?
Well, I mean, they're played 500 baseball for seemingly 2 months. I mean, they were 20 games over 500 around the All-Star break. Here we are, second week of September, they're 20 games over 500. I mean, quite frankly, with the couple of runs the Yankees have had, the Orioles should be 5-6 games up. Okay, they can't put winning streaks together. They're not even beating bad teams lately. I mean, seriously, the Orioles are above average team for 2 months. It's mid-September.
Do we agree that a 91-71 season is not a bad season?
Well, but would they win 101 games last year? No, seriously. You bring back the same team. You add Corbin Burns to it. The young guys have all gotten better, supposedly. You win 10 less games?
So I'm going to defend the Orioles a little bit and say with young players, there is often regression, as you say, in the sophomore season. I'm not worried about the Orioles and their core. Will it be enough to win a World Series? We'll wait to see. Will it be enough to beat the Yankees? We'll wait to see that as well. But I don't really view what the Orioles have done as regression. Now, I will say Corbin Burns has been disappointing, and that's been the problem here the last month and a half, 2 months. And for the Orioles to win a playoff series, they will need Burns to win game one. There is no doubt about that. And that, to me, is really what they're focused on and what the pressure should be. I believe the Yankees have a better team, but I believe that the Orioles may have an opportunity to be a more special team over the long run.
Yankees have a better team. That's
when you look at what the Yankees are doing, of course they do. Think about their depth and their lineup. But that said, the Orioles, man, I wouldn't want to play the Orioles in the first round.
He's David Samson. Nothing personal with David Samson is recorded live at 8 a.m. Eastern. And then you can catch it again on DraftKings at 10 a.m. in the East. You can follow David on X at David, the letter P Samson, David P. Samson. Well, thanks for joining us. By the way, if we could, we would give you an honorary award.
It wouldn't count, but I'd appreciate it. And I won't do surgery on either one of you, I promise.
Okay.
Unless we give him an honorary movie geek award in which he'd throw it back at us.
No, I would take an honorary movie award. That's for sure. I don't know. I was called a geek so often in my life. I'm tired of it.
Okay. We meant it affectionately. I'm sorry.
See ya.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, Martin, remember, if the Tigers rally and make the playoffs, they'd be the 6th seed. They'd play the Astros. There is, but you have to declare that you're attempting it first. And then people line up accordingly.
It's amazing to me how many people just we have a genuine dislike of the police in this country by most everybody, it seems. I'm scared of the police, so I do what they tell me to do. Always have been. Very scared of the police.
Well,
I don't. I mean, I you know, I'm not one of those that would run to a cop for help. The police terrify me.
I've always respected the badge and the gun.
I have too, especially the gun.
And obviously, I don't know what it's like to be driving while black in this country, but
I don't.
But you know, I have always had my two hands on the steering wheel, and yes, sir, no, sir.
Those wolf spiders can get big, Clark. Really big.
I mean, you know, and I am not, you know, a waffler very often, but I mean, I do think both sides are wrong in this. I mean, Tyreek was not cooperative, but I mean, I don't know, once you get him out of the car and there's four of you, there's one of him, and he's not armed, and he's not a big guy. Just wondering how far you need to go. But then again, since I've never been in the cop's shoes, I usually try to give him the benefit of the doubt. The one thing I had a cop tell me, like, you know, the cops are getting a lot of grief for
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Pat Kirwan will join us in 40 minutes time to talk all things week one of the NFL. Now that it's in the books, the Niners, without Christian McCaffrey, steamrolled the Jets 32-19. 8 straight scoring drives after an opening 3-and-out by the Niners. 6 of them field goals, but still, you add it up, and they put 32 on the board, and this game wasn't close from like late third quarter on. Nearly 200 yards rushing, over 400 yards of offense for the Niners, and they weren't even sharp except for their offensive line play. I mean, Ayuk dropped a touchdown, and, you know, you could tell for a while they were just trying to, you know, work out the kinks of as a group, not having practiced all training camp. But I don't know, Mark. Still look like one of the elites.
There's no doubt. They handled things very businesslike. What are the Jets bad at? Run defense. What are we going to do? We're going to run it down their throat. Offensive line looked really good for the Niners.
Yeah, for people like me who say it's Trent Williams and 4 guys, those 4 guys were pretty good last night. They manhandled the Jets front. Quinnen Williams, after making a pressure on the opening series of the game, was invisible. And that's a really good player. And the Niners pushed him all over the place. And ran the ball right where he was lined up. Didn't care. So Robert Saleh told Troy Aikman on Sunday when Troy brought up run defense, and he said, quote, when we need to stop the run, we'll be able to stop the run. No. As a matter of fact, no. And that wasn't even Christian McCaffrey you guys are trying to stop there. And they had about 125 yards rushing in between the tackles, just so you know. This wasn't Debo running sweeps and getting to the edge. And no, this was line it up and knock you off the ball. Real simple.
No, and when they tried to put Debo in the backfield, he really didn't do much.
Had a couple of, I mean, he did technically score a touchdown, but it was a very short run.
Yeah, I mean, I think he had like 5 runs for 12 yards, something like that, when he was in the backfield. So,
yeah. So, there you have it. By the way, anybody watch the Manningcast last night with Belichick? Anybody? How was he?
I honestly forgot all about the Manningcast last night.
Okay.
Week 1 of the season, wasn't thinking Manningcast. I was watching your broadcast. And I usually watch the Manningcast since I figure half the show's got the broadcast taken care of since you're in the booth. But I didn't even think about it last night.
It's because I'm in the booth. You think they've got it handled? Huh.
I think as a show, we've got it handled considering you're in the booth.
Gotcha. Well, that's true. If anything happens, I really should be aware of it.
Right.
Can I tell you a funny? It's funny to me. I hope this isn't boring to those that listen. So it's I don't know, 3 minutes before kickoff, and I don't know. I think we're back live. We've come out of commercial break. We've just done the anthem, and they did the coin toss, and it was right in front of me, Mark. I mean, I'm standing next to Aikman. Okay, I mean, there's nothing else going on. And Troy turns to me and he says, "Who won the toss?" I looked at him and I said, "I have no idea."
A lot of confidence in your host there.
He looked at me like, "Seriously, this is how the year's going to begin?" And I'm like, "I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention." He goes, "Okay." I'm like, "All right, I gotta be on my A game now. Come on, snap out of it here. Throw some cold water on your face. Let's go. Let's go." Don't know what you were thinking of, but there's a football game about to start.
I mean, I know the Mets and Braves are tight here right now, but come on.
I know. It was the early innings. There was not much scoring going on, but yep. He kind of looked at me like, "Don't know who you were texting there, but we got a game about to start." I'm like, "Yep, I'll take the phone. I'll put it over here." Usually I'm yelling at him about the phone. All right. Just, who won the toss? I have no idea. Boy.
So if we were to have, yesterday was overreaction Monday to a bit, but as you've taken a little bit of calmness, where do you think of the Jets right now from an overreaction standpoint? Are you worried about the Jets, the way their defense played last night, and the way their offense played for that matter? They were poor.
Okay, believe it or not, I'm not as worried about the offense. One, I think when they get Mike Williams back healthy, and he'll get healthier every week, they clearly need another weapon on the outside besides Garrett Wilson. They do. He's the only guy. You got Breece Hall in the backfield, Garrett Wilson at flanker, and they're the only two guys on the Jets who concern you. And I think you can tilt your coverage Garrett Wilson's way. So they need Mike Williams, I think, and will he ever get to a 100% again this year after tearing his ACL in week 3 last year? He played 4 snaps in the first half. They had him on the field for an entire series in the second half. They didn't even throw the ball his way. I thought he got open on a deep, a press coverage. I thought he beat the corner and had him, but Aaron was looking elsewhere on one play. But I'm more worried, and believe it or not, the tackles were okay. They were okay. Now they were unable to run the ball at all.
Well, that's what I wanted to get to from an offensive standpoint. They did not run the ball with Hall at all last night. I mean, they tried to. Yeah. He had a bunch of carries. They just didn't accomplish anything running the football. That's where I worry about the tackles, because they've got to figure out a way to be a more balanced offense.
Well, and I will say week 2, they're playing Tennessee, and Tennessee just held the Bears to 148 total yards. So, and then I think one of the early season games against the Patriots, and you could say whatever you want about New England, but they just held the Bengals to 224 yards. So they're facing some good defenses early in the season. I don't know how good some of these teams are, but they're facing some good defenses early in the year. But here's the thing that concerns me, Mark. They couldn't stop the run in between the tackles last year. Now, a lot of it was they thought, we just got worn down in games. Our offense didn't move the ball, a lot of 3 and outs. Our defense was on the field too long. We got worn down late in games. Troy even made the point in the broadcast last night. If you go like yards per carry in between the tackles, their numbers are much better than their numbers as a whole. Okay, fine. They got blown off the ball last night. Flat out blown off the ball. So if this continues, also, if you don't have run-stuffing defensive tackles on your roster now, how are you going to get them? Because you need to get them, and you need to get them quickly. Because we'll say it again, the early part of the Jets' schedule is where they needed to make hay. Not opening with the Niners, but what? You got Tennessee, you got Minnesota, you got New England, they're 4 games in a row here in which you think they'll be favored, and then they'd host the Bills on a Monday night, week 6. Okay, the Jets we thought needed to be 4-1 after 5 hosting the Bills. So that's, Mark, we see some GMs give up the conditional 5th, 6th, 7th round pick, and all of a sudden they bring in this 320-pound, 33-year-old defensive tackle, and they're bringing him in really for 30, 40 snaps a game. I think Joe Douglas needs to make 1 or 2 of those moves. He needs help inside so that Quinnen Williams is not getting worn out defending the run on 1st and 2nd down, and he doesn't have much left to rush the passer on 3rd down.
So that, to me, the inability to run the ball was something that's a concern of mine. I thought that they'd be able to run it better. I think Hall's an exceptional back, and I thought they'd be able to do a little bit more running the football last night than they were able to, particularly early in the game.
And the Niners looked really good. And some of the times that they settled for field goals, it almost looked as if they were fine doing it. Like Kyle Shanahan at the end of the first half told, I think it was Laura Rutledge, he said, we were fine just settling for a field goal at the end of the half. I was just trying to keep their offense off the field. So I was running the ball and kicking a field goal. We're fine with that. Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan will join us to talk about week 1 in the NFL at the top of the hour. Thanks for listening.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist's evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hollow, stats. I mean, he did, Rodgers hit him on the seam pass for the touchdown. I mean, it was zone coverage. He didn't really have to beat anybody. Once Rodgers held the safety on the one hash, he was wide open on the other hash. And then he caught a bunch of balls from Tyrod on the final drive. So I thought his numbers were better than his performance. But yeah, I mean, after the opening drop, you did say okay. No, Wes, I'm not. There's both of Joe's spotters, his true spotter pointing out the names, and then his numbers guy. Bill points out the names, Ed does the stats. They did a college game Saturday. They did the NFL Sunday in Chicago with Adam Amin, and then they did Monday Night Football. And Bill is a full-time job.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, no, now Bill is the type of job where obviously he can do Monday Night Football and he can miss the morning today. I mean, he's got some flexible work hours, but no, there's a few people who work pretty hard. Ed, who's Joe's longtime stats guy, been with him for 21, 22 years. I think this is Joe's 20. He's been with him, I think, the 22 of the 22 years. Anyway, when I first started with them, with Fox in 2018, Ed was doing 5 games a week. He was doing Thursday night and Sunday with Fox. And he did Sunday, whether it was Joe or Troy, or who would do Sunday with somebody else. He did the Friday night. He was part of the ESPN I think it was, high school football package on Friday night. He did a Saturday game for ESPN. He then did Sunday with Fox, whether it was with Joe and Troy or somebody else. And then he was backup stats sitting in the truck for Monday Night Football. He would do 5 games in 5 days.
I'd have been good at doing stats.
Do you know what's interesting is like Breece Hall's touchdown run? Most of us would have ruled that was a 3-yard touchdown run. And I guess the understanding is if the ball is in any way ahead of the yard line. So like if the ball is literally 6 inches in front of the 3-yard line, it's a 2-yard run. Like to be a 3-yard run, it has to be at the yard line or behind
or
it.
beyond.
So like Joe, during the commercial break, turned to Ed and said, was that a 2 or a 3-yard touchdown run? And Ed goes, technically it's a 2-yard run, in which it was really 2 yards and probably 30 inches. but it went in the books, I believe, as a 2-yard touchdown.
We never had a poll question.
No. We could come up with who are you most worried about? Best win of NFL Week 1.
I like that.
Do you go most impressive, like New Orleans? Do you go New England?
Right. You change it to biggest win of week 1.
Right.
Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Pat Kirwan will join us at the top of the hour to talk about everything Week 1 in the National Football League. So, a couple things, and we really didn't get to this on Friday because we had a lot of ground to cover. So your thoughts on Goodell coming out and saying, listen, I want 16 international games a year. I want every team to play an international game every year. So right now we've got what, like 4 in Europe, and we played the game in Brazil? Isn't that it this year?
I don't have it in front of me. That sounds right.
So that's 5. And Goodell has said, yeah, I want 16. So think about what the NFL, and they're not being shy about this either. All right. In the last 2 weeks, Mark, they've said, we want 18 games. We're thinking of starting the season a week earlier. And by the way, the word is they'll push it up a week and they'll also push it back a week because they're going to throw in a second bye. And for a lot of teams, when will one of the 2 bye weeks be? After they played their international game.
Has an unbalanced schedule to it with 19. The one thing about the 17-game schedule, if you do the international game, it's 8 home, 8 away, and international.
No. It's only going to be 18 games, but it's just that one of the 18 will be international, and technically, that'll be one of your home games.
I got you. But
Right.
from the season ticket holder standpoint, you're going to have 8 one year, 9 the next. That's all.
Okay. So 16 international games. Just curious, does anybody care, if like when Major League Baseball, however many years ago it was now, Mark, I think it was 20, 25 years ago, that they started their season over in Japan. And some baseball fans said, oh, this is ridiculous. You can't have games count in the standings in late March, and they can't be halfway around the world. And, come on now. And baseball's like, yeah, we can. Well,
what would be interesting is if they're going to do this. See, Europe works. It's a 9 a.m. start for us. 9:30 or whatever the case may be. I mean, it fits nicely into the NFL package on the games with Europe. It's like, all right, I get up in the morning, I watch football, and I can watch football all damn day.
Right. And we've even joked that this could be a new broadcast window for the NFL. If they really wanted to have, a bunch of games and they play them at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon over in Europe, and that's the 9:30 a.m. package Eastern in the States, great.
Playing games in Mexico City, you could see where they're going to Brazil. They did the Friday night thing. Maybe you have a couple more of those. But when you're playing games in Australia or Japan,
right,
then what? Because it doesn't work for American television.
No, not really.
And at the end of the day, we've pointed this out just a couple of times. This is, after all, a television
TV show. Yes. It's a TV show. No doubt about it.
So I'm curious of where they're going to take their brand and how it affects their television show.
And the NFL wants to add a game, and they know that to add a game, never mind play more international games, they're likely going to have 2 bye weeks. So the regular season, which right now is 17 games in 18 weeks, is likely to become 18 games over 20 weeks. And it means the season would literally start a week earlier and go a week later. And a week earlier is Labor Day weekend.
And a week later means the Super Bowl could be President's Day weekend.
At least every year. At least. Which, for those who have wanted to have the Monday after the Super Bowl be a national holiday, that is in fact what you will have. And
brings the kids back into the game, David. The kids can watch. They don't have to go to bed now.
That's
growing that younger demo.
That's true. Well, it's important to make sure that you see the halftime show at the very least. By the way, Kendrick Lamar,
outstanding.
If you missed it, announced
I think that's fantastic. If they're going to go hip hop, go someone that's great. Great catalog. Bunch of old white people have no idea what he's saying. What is that going on that television? Who is that? I don't know who that is. Where are the Rolling Stones?
Wait, is that Lamar Jackson? No, it's Kendrick Lamar. Just enjoy it. All right. I think we have not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, but 6 matchups of 0-1 teams week 2. Browns Jags in Jacksonville. Giants Commanders.
A barn burner.
Don't laugh. For whatever reason, Daniel Jones has played well against Washington in his career. Not kidding around. If he doesn't play well, forget if they win or lose, but if he doesn't play well against the Commanders, I actually think he could lose his job by week 3. Raiders Ravens. Jets Titans. Colts Packers. Remember, it's Packers without Jordan Love. Rams Cardinals. Those are your matchups of 0-1 teams in week 2. Now, the Texans did start out 0-2 last year, and we all know what happened. They won their division. They won 10 games. You can recover from 0-2, but it's not advised.
No, there are a couple of 0-1 teams on the road against 1-0 teams that they're in binds as well. You look at the Bengals on the road against the Chiefs and the Falcons on the road at the Eagles, where they are significant underdogs heading into week 2 as well.
So just, gets late early, as Yogi famously said, and we got 6 of those matchups of 0-1 teams in week 2. Now, I will say, how many of these matchups are of teams at which we had decent feelings about when the season started? Now, I would say Browns Jags, not that everybody felt highly about the Browns or the Jags, but a decent number of people thought highly of at least one of those teams, if not both. I mean, I have the Jags as a playoff team, not the Browns.
I didn't have either. I had the Browns with a winning record. I had the Jags at 8-9. And I think this is a monster game for the Jags, who really blew that game against the Dolphins.
Well, also, if my memory serves me, I think Jacksonville's at Buffalo week 3.
I believe you're right.
On a Monday night when the Bills will have played this Thursday. So they will have 11 days of rest before they host the Jags. And imagine if you're Jacksonville 0-2 facing a well-rested Bills team.
Not to mention, they go to Houston the week after that.
Right. So I'm
And then
with
the
you.
Colts. I mean, the Jags are in a spot right now where
Right.
they could have as big of a must-win spot here as you get in the NFL in week 2.
Now, Giants Commanders, I mean, very few of us had any expectations for either. So, but like I had the Raiders as a 9-8 team, not a playoff team, but a 9-8 team. But I thought they were going to get Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers week 1 before losing to John Harbaugh and the Ravens week 2. Now, I mean, the likelihood is the Raiders are going to start off 0-2. Huh, that's a problem. Jets at Titans. I mean, it feels as if, man, Jets really need to win this. Do you know, by the way, the Jets play like one Sunday 1:00 game at home all year? The Jets' home schedule is nothing but prime time. You know, they play Thursday night, their first home game of the year against the Patriots. All right. Then they're scheduled to play a 1:00 game on Sunday against Denver. And then you go through their home schedule. Monday night against the Bills. Thursday night prime against the Texans. Okay, Sunday night right now against the Colts. All right. I mean, it's remarkable how few 1:00 Sunday games the Jets actually have, particularly at home.
Well, that's the power of Aaron Rodgers. It's the power of the draw. And it just kind of stinks for them that the majority of those games are home games for their fan base, who would probably like a few more Sunday 1:00 games if you're a season ticket holder. But that comes with the territory of high expectations.
So, you know, it's early, but just pointing some things out as we look ahead, because also, you know, the weeks start very quickly with the whole Thursday night football thing. In Miami, Bills and Dolphins. And the Dolphins know how big it is. I mean, come on now. I don't want to say the Bills are playing with house money, but I think they are 90% of it, Mark. And they can afford to lose at Miami.
Much more so than the Dolphins can afford to lose at home.
Bingo.
I will say, looking, obviously, the Jets can improve, Cleveland can improve. The end of the year for Miami, I was worried about those cold weather games. I don't think nearly as much as the quarterback in Cleveland as I did going into the season. I thought we'd see a little bit more of Deshaun Watson. We didn't. And the Jets have to figure out how to block and have to figure out how to stop being blocked, because their offensive line and defensive line were poor yesterday. I didn't think they blocked all that well. They couldn't run the football, and they couldn't stop the run.
I thought pass blocking was significantly better than what it's been the last couple of years. I mean, there was one play where Bosa got the better of Tyron Smith, and then there was a stunt on the other side that got to Rodgers. I mean, he was only sacked one time in the game. I felt he was only pressured a handful. So I thought their pass protection, if they get, Mark, that kind of pass protection, I actually think their passing game will be pretty good. But your point of, I mean, would they rush like 37 yards or something, or before the final drive anyway? Because I know Tyrod had a couple scrambles and what have you. But I mean, yeah, they had nothing going. They could not run the ball at all against the Niners when the game counted.
So to me, they got to get a lot more out of Hall running the football. That was something that was expected of this team, to be complementary to the passing game. And you mentioned before, Williams coming back will help. He was on a pitch count last night, so we'll see how that goes for the Jets.
So we did not have a poll question today, and I don't know, since we're nearly halfway through the show, if we're going to have one. All right. But if we were to have one along the lines of best win of week 1, as we welcome in Pat Kirwan in 10 minutes.
Well, is it best win or is it biggest win? Because the best win to me is New England. But I still don't think of New England as a playoff team. They're not, I think of them as a bottom third team in the league. That was probably the best win. Biggest underdog on the board, and they win outright. But was it the biggest win?
Well, I mean, biggest win do you go amongst the battle of what we think were heavyweights? Eagles, Packers, Chiefs, Ravens, Lions, Rams. Those of you that still believe in the Rams, got to admit, Rams went toe-to-toe with the Lions despite all their injuries and no Aaron Donald. I mean, they were there in the 12th round mark.
The game too. Puka got hurt early in that game. I mean, they lost one of their top receivers. Cooper Kupp was open all game long.
You know, if you're just going by who looked the most impressive, obviously the Saints humiliated Carolina. Dallas largely humiliated Cleveland. I'll say this. How about the Tampa Bay Bucks putting 37 points on the board? Huh? How about that? Backup running back?
Every time Mike Evans caught the ball, I just kept going, someone tell me how he's not a Hall of Famer.
That's what a Hall of Famer looks like, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm with you, David.
We've been harping for years about the Bucks in the running game. When the backup tailback's gaining over 60 yards rushing. I know it's the Commanders. I know. But Dan Quinn's a defensive coach. I'm just saying. Just saying. Tampa looked come on now. How many times has Tampa Bay? We talked about it. Tampa Bay at home has struggled to score for a couple years now. 37 points in the opener. Baker with 4 TD passes. A running game.
Godwin looked good. He's healthy.
Falcons
lose to Evans.
Falcons lose at home to the Steelers. Their week 2 games at Philly. Tampa with a chance to get some real space in the standings early. Although they're going to Detroit, so I should probably rein it in a little bit.
Just a little.
Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan, he'll rein us in next.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit CapeCops.com. That's CapeCops.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning, Pat.
Good morning, fellas. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about you?
Always good. Just in the cycle now. This is where
Exactly.
I can account for every minute of every day of the week. I know exactly where I'm going to be every day. There's a feeling of boredom to that. What you been doing?
The same thing right now. Just trying to sell a little bit of the show and then prepare for the show. It's rinse, wash, repeat at this point.
Yep. I'm not going to keep asking every week, but I'm fired up for you guys. It looks like it's going to happen for you.
I'm hopeful. I'm really cautiously optimistic, Pat. We've got another new sponsor I got to get a spot done for that starts next week. So we are, if we can maintain where we are, we're going to be all right.
Oh yeah, the word will spread too. The value of being on your show. So you guys underestimate, not you personally, just the power of your show. People, I just know so many people in Florida that listen all the time.
I had to laugh yesterday. The daughter had her first soccer game, and I don't jump in with the parents when they're talking sports. I don't do it. But I'm listening to a guy tell a story it's completely wrong. He's talking about the Bobby Bonilla and why he signed. I'm like, that was the Madoff money. The owners thought they had all the extra money, so they deferred Bobby Bonilla's. And I'm just listening to him go, and I'm like, yep, okay. How about I walk and talk to this dad here about something completely different?
Yeah. You're better off if you never bring up I want to correct you on that.
Exactly.
Good morning, David.
Morning, Pat. Obviously, I missed your guys' conversation. I will tell a quick story. So in our production meeting yesterday morning, there's a guy who does the speaking for about 5 minutes, and he's got all the graphics and the stats. And they had one about how the Niners, the last 8 times they've made the playoffs, they've lost to the eventual Super Bowl champion. And then he moved right on. Mm-hmm. And so he's like 2 graphics later, and he pauses, and I go, can I just go back to, and everybody looks at me like, because you're not supposed to do that, obviously. And I go, can you put that up? And he does. And I go, yeah, that's wrong. And the whole room is like horror. And I'm like, yeah, 2 years ago when Purdy got hurt, they lost to the Eagles. Eagles got beat by the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when he looks up stats and puts them on a chart.
So
versus the guy who lives the game.
Right. So I got people who are like telling me, hey, good job, way to go. And they got other people telling me, there was a polite way to handle that. I'm like, whoa. This has nothing to do about being polite. Okay, we got everybody in the room here. We got 2 pregame shows. We got no. I don't want somebody going out and saying that on the air and being wrong.
Oh yeah, no. Your boys loved you for it.
Oh yeah, my guys totally. But I'm just no.
You know what Troy should say to you? Next time you have one of those, don't say anything and just tell me right before the show. I'll correct it on the air.
Well, no, I didn't want like Laura Rutledge or somebody like that saying it on NFL Countdown.
Yeah, well,
10 seconds.
I prefer to whisper in guys' ears. Don't say that on the air. That guy's going to be a producer here forever. They're going to judge you on mistakes.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And joining us now on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, one Pat Kirwan. He of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, which is not just a weekday show. Ho, ho, during the NFL season, it's a Saturday afternoon show, too. And he's part of CBS's NFL Today show. Pat joining us courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between, including Lakewood Ranch. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Good morning, Pat. So what do you think week one in the books? How'd it go?
Well, I want to start with the foot part of football, kicking. This was an incredible weekend. I believe we had the most field goal attempts on a 16-game weekend ever. We had 70 field goal attempts. And the remarkable piece of that, and I'm looking for the answers. I got to talk to some kickers. How about over 50-yard field goals, 21 of 23? They're not just taking them, they're making them. And so the foot part of the game, the range that these kickers have now, it's entirely different than it used to be. And it is amazing to me that so many teams have the firepower to kick field goals and long ones, and it's going to change the scoring in games. It used to be Justin Tucker, but the irony of Justin, I think he was one of the guys who missed one of those. We always felt that the Ravens had a tremendous advantage because of their kicker, and they could score, come up with some points every time they went down the field. And with the ball starting on the 30 all the time, right, which is what's happening. We had 107, I think, touchbacks out of 160, something like that. So you got a shorter field and you got longer kickers. Beware of the over and under numbers, which I know will appeal to Mark.
Well, I'm curious, Pat, when you talk about the kicking game, were there that many field goals because the offenses were behind the defenses? Was it lack of preparation in preseason? We don't play guys anymore. What do you attribute the more field goals to?
Well, part of it is coach decisions. Now, we just went through a I don't know what you want to call it, a 6-7 year period of analytic overdose. And what did the analytics guys keep telling you? Go for it on fourth down, right? Go for it on fourth down. When I see this kind of numbers where people are bombing field goals, 70 field goal attempts, you can't convince me at this point that 3 years ago we would have gone for all these field goals. They would have been telling you, go for the first down, run the ball, pass the ball. But when I see 21 to 23 over 50 yards, and I know coaches are getting excited. So I do think it's part of what you said, Mark, but I do think that people are maybe looking at analytics a little different right now. So that's on my mind.
Question, do you think if we continue, and we were even talking about this driving back from the game last night, the quality of the kicking in the NFL right now is so good. Do you think that the NFL will try to diminish the impact of the field goal? Because basically now, Pat, if you get inside the 40, the head coach thinks we've got 3 points.
Well, he should, because as I said, I don't think we missed an extra point. Remember when we moved the extra point back to make it a competitive play? I'll check, but I think we might have been like 65 for 65. We were 62 for 62, I believe, before last night's game. So add whatever that was, 2 more or so. But I'm glad that, as Ron Wolf used to say to me all the time, never take the foot out of football. And the foot is in football, and it's going to make coaching decisions change. It's going to make people do some of the things that they have not been doing for a while. And not many teams are missing a guy. While that's going on, the kickoff play looks as dead as ever. And I don't know. Why don't you move the kicker back? It's after week 1. Are you just going to make us look at this for 17 more weeks? Is there anything dumber than watching the unit wait up out of the end zone, jog up the field 5 yards, and turn around? It is a dead-looking play.
I'm with you, Pat. And at the same time, I could see where they'd spend. Well, we got a return for a touchdown in week 1. We had more returns than we normally have, but your description of it is spot on. It's a dead-looking play.
It is, and there's not enough return. First off, the average return is 29 yards. So now there's absolutely no reason to let a guy return the ball. You can just put it on the 30. If you know that the average is a 29-yard line, what coach in his right mind? I can't wait for the analytics guys to look at this thing. are going to tell you, yeah, we should let him return it. Either move the kicker back or move the return wall and block and cover wall up 5 yards. They got to fiddle with that stuff. They always want to go punitive and put the ball in the 35. What if we move the kicker back 10 yards? Now, Todd Bowles yesterday said to me, you're right. It's dead play. It's everything you said. But where our anxiety is and where his is the cold weather, the wind, and when you can't make it. But again, the returns are going to the 29-yard line. So it's not much different. So it'll be interesting. We finally had 2 kicks not get in the landing area. That's where I think the wind is going to be an issue. And that when it doesn't get in the landing area, that ball goes to the 40-yard line. So anyway, I'm done belaboring that. But a couple things and I heard some of the things you guys were talking about, and someone talking about the best New England. To me, I put on the list as soon as I heard you guys talking about Detroit's overtime power run game. That was all business. And, when you watch a game with Bill Cowher and he went home and I went home and we kind of talked during the game, do you think Coach Cowher was happy when they ran the ball 7 times out of 8 plays, 8 yards of carry, and just pounded it in there and never gave the other guys a chance? It was awesome to watch that. To me, that was big. And Sam Darnold. I mean, I'm pretty critical of Sam. Sam Darnold's on my gold star list for a week. He does that again next week. We got to start talking about Sam being the next Baker Mayfield.
Well, there's, no doubt Geno Smith in 2022, Baker Mayfield in 2023. So we're looking for the one veteran. Would it have been a Minshew? Would it have been, a Jacoby Brissett? Would it be Darnold? And, week 1, it was Sam Darnold. Now we have to take into consideration the opponent because they look dreadful.
Oh, yeah. And then those hockey uniforms they had on.
Oh, please.
The Montreal Canadiens did not do well against the Minnesota Vikings. There was no doubt. La Habitante struggled. Pat, back to that Lion game just quickly. One, it looked like high school football in overtime. Hey, we're going to run it here and you can't stop us. But that's a game that Detroit would have lost a few years ago. They just would have. And that proves something to me that they're not the same old Lions, and that I was worried for for Trent and for all my Lion fans that, boy, oh boy, they blow this game. The fans aren't going to take this well. What they did in overtime was impressive.
Very impressive. And they got a couple ways to beat you now. What did they do when it counted most? They went to their strength, which is the offensive line. And what did we talk about on Friday? The Rams, rookies in the front 7. All of a sudden, you got Penei Sewell and the boys blocking those rookies, and they ran right down the middle of it. I think they opened a can of worms for the Rams about future opponents. Teams that want to run the ball are going to look at that and say, come on, we should be able to do some of that as well. So the first week basically can expose an issue. Pete Carroll used to call it, we start a fire, we got to put it out. The Rams started a fire with the run game against them late in the game, and there'll be more of that to come from opponents.
Well, and Pat, though, how much of it is like the Jets' run defense obviously was lousy yesterday, but how much
it was lousy last year?
But it was, but the Jets, for what it's worth, thought the reason statistically it was lousy was our offense couldn't get first downs, our defense was on the field too long, and most of the rushing yards against us were late because the defense got worn out. That's what the Jets said. Okay, but also the Jets went up against the Niners week 1, top 3 run game in the league. The Rams were going up against the Lions, best offensive line in the league. I mean, is both teams' run defense really as bad as it looked, or did they go up essentially against the best?
Well, they also went up against a college free agent running back when McCaffrey couldn't play. And he made it look like he was the guy that should be making $30 million a year. So Shanahan's a master of the run game. He believes in it. He doesn't quit on it. He's got great schemes. And he plugged in a kid that really was not even on the radar screen. And he made himself, what do you have, 145, 147 yards? So something big like that. He ran right through him. But those excuses the Jets made, I hope they weren't trying to tell the players that stuff. Hey, we're going to cover your rear end here. We're going to make up a bunch of excuses about our run defense. Be careful.
It's not often that you quote a coach directly from a production meeting, but Troy Aikman last night said that I asked Robert Saleh about your run defense, and he said, quote, "We'll be able to stop the run when we have to." Okay. Well, no, you
No.
didn't.
Nope. They'll be fine. I think they'll bounce back and be a decent enough team, hanging around trying to squeeze 10 wins out of the season. So that's how I see the Jets. You can't overreact to a loss in the first week in some of these things. And you certainly can't overreact on a high note to some of the wins. But I got questions. Would you give the job back to Russell Wilson? Now, in my opinion, Justin didn't do very much, if anything. But would you put him back on the field? He felt better. That's the first question. The next question is, can Josh Allen keep playing this way and stay on the field? Can Lamar keep playing this way and stay on the field? Those two quarterbacks really are carrying the weight of the team, and they know what they have to do to win. They have to run and really risk everything. So those things.
And Lamar was absorbing a lot of hits, Pat. I mean, he was not sliding. He wasn't going out of bounds. You know, at least the
he
kid
was dropping his shoulder.
Was right. At least the kid in Washington was doing, somersaults on the field. He's got to learn how to slide, but at least he was attempting to go down. Lamar didn't really attempt to go down. He said, "I'm taking you on."
Lamar lost the weight in order to run more and be faster. He told me that right to my face. I'm going to be really fast this year. And so he came in with the mindset. And I said to him, I said, the last time I heard a guy talk like that was Cam Newton. When he got frustrated with trying to become a pocket passer, he just said, "The heck with this. I'm going back to running all the time, doing what I do to win games." The pressure on these quarterbacks to win the game always leads them back to their strength. Josh Allen knew he had to run for a couple of touchdowns in order for them to win. And that's Arizona now. He's got to get on a plane tomorrow and fly to South Florida. So for another run fest, probably to win the game. I don't know how long they can keep going. And the coaches get addicted to that. Kyler Murray, all these guys that can run and take a bad play and turn it into a 10-yard gain. The coaches aren't stopping them. They ask them to do it, but they don't really.
Pat, we have literally 20 seconds and we got a break. If you were Mike Tomlin, would you take this week's opponent into consideration? Because they're at Denver, the whole Russ going back and what have you. Like, I would sit him this week because of the opponent. I don't want him. Okay, Mark has said he's my starter. I'm playing him. We'll have you answer that on the other side and get into more Q&A about week 1 in the NFL with Pat Kirwan, courtesy of Pinchers on Miller and Moulton.
Are you suffering from neuropathy? Do you experience stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your feet? Are you tired of sleepless nights and avoiding life due to pain? If you've been diagnosed with neuropathy or experiencing pain or numbness in your feet, pick up the phone and call us right now before it's too late at 239-382-7332. Again, that's 239-382-7332. Neuropathy is a very serious and progressive disease where your nerves start to break down. Eventually, it leads to balance problems, falls, complete loss of independence, and can lead to amputation.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Norrell, DC. Our program addresses the underlying causes and doesn't simply mask your symptoms with medication. In fact, many patients start experiencing relief from neuropathy symptoms within weeks. There's no surgery and no use of prescription drugs.
Pick up the phone right now and call 239-382-7332. Call us today at Restore Health. 239-382-7332.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
What the heck is wrong with the Bengals? Did
Man, that was
look
awful.
boring.
Well,
Did they look like they had any extra
did-
excitement to play?
No, they did.
That was a home game too.
Yeah.
But Pat, here's the other thing. And I don't know if any of us took this into consideration. You're big on the numbers. Maybe you did. They're not good weeks 1 and 2 of the season.
No, and that's usually because the Burrow didn't practice all summer. But he practiced this summer.
They didn't have any urgency, that fire, nothing in that game.
A year ago, I think in a discussion the three of us had, I think we concluded that at the time, the Bengals had the best receiver core in the league. Right? With Boyd and
Chase Higgins and Boyd, yeah.
Yeah. And they were debatably the best. And what did we find out when you only have one of the three? Not much. Did they ever fix their protection? He's heading for another 50, 60 sacks this way. And here's another guy that his problems are opposite of the two running quarterbacks, but he can't take the pounding he's going to get. But they look to me like, and I can never connect this because you can't prove it, but I get the feeling that whole team was talking about, is Chase going to play? Is Chase going to play? Do you think he's going to come to? It would kind of, to me, there was a distraction element with him, and they were flat as could be.
Totally flat.
The last time I saw a team look that bad were the Eagles late in the season last year. I wondered what was wrong with them. Well, I got Dr. Chow today. My list of injuries is long.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that yesterday. A lot of week 1 injuries.
Njoku. I didn't want to say poor Carolina. Now Derek Brown is down. Puka's down. Noteboom's down. The Rams were getting crushed. Jordan Love, as we know. Ferguson's down. Bryce Hall, dislocated ankle, fractured fibula. Marshawn Lattimore, that hip thing last year turned into a hamstring. Kenneth Walker flipping the guy and blowing up his abdomen. George Fant, who's the backup tackle. That's another thing. We're getting into the linemen getting hurt again. Tyree Wilson, Jamal Williams, Jordan Addison. There's a lot of guys. So Chow will have a lot on each one of them. Mm-hmm. Oh, I forgot the Pittsburgh punter. Oh, my goodness.
By the way, up back, it's called for holding. I didn't think he held him. I thought he got run over, and no roughing the kicker.
Right. Yep.
On punter gets his knee blown out for the year. No roughing the kicker.
Well, we're too focused on linemen lining up in the backfield. We don't have time for everything.
Please, they called one on a guard last night.
Yeah, they sure did. That was a bad. Did you see the review of that?
Yeah.
There was nothing wrong with the way he was lined up.
Please. Also, he literally was lined up alongside the tackle. I mean, they both literally were side by side, inch by inch.
That was a bad call, and it's what happens when you can't. These guys at the league office will not let the officials officiate. Points of emphasis is really to do what? To manipulate the officials, because they're going to get downgraded if they don't call the things that are on the point of emphasis list. Horrendous. And now we're into that petty stuff. And they don't call it consistently. I'm sure you guys are dealing with that. Because people can go get the clip themselves now and look at the play. And they're looking at the Kansas City offensive tackles going,
right.
They're in the backfield too, which we talked about on Friday.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Our remaining moments with Pat Kirwan. He of NFL Radio's Move of the Chains, which is 3 to 7 weekdays. And what's it, 2 to 5 on Saturdays?
Yes, 2 to 5 on Saturdays. And hopefully we have the most up-to-date medical stuff that we can get out there. We get into the matchups and player matchups, specifically the pass rusher against the tackle, those kind of things, as best we can, and try to come up with a logical reason why you'd take a team.
He's also part of CBS's NFL Today show. Pat's weekly appearances brought to us courtesy of Pinchers, and Pat joins us on the American Paint Supplies hotline.
Pat, the rookie quarterbacks didn't throw any touchdowns, all lost. Your thoughts on the three rookies and how they played and what you see improvement coming in week 2?
Well, Caleb won, but I don't think he did much to help them win, right?
Right.
So they got one win out of it, which is a big deal. Last year they got none on opening week. The no touchdowns for the listeners, they threw the ball 95 times between them and didn't generate one touchdown. So I talked to Bowles about Jaden Daniels, and he said we have great respect and fear of that guy, and people are going to have a hard time containing him. You're right about him not sliding. Wasn't it Michael Vick that didn't know how to slide?
Mm-hmm.
And so here's a kid. You can tell he doesn't know how to slide because you can see in his mind he's getting ready to go down, but he always lands up diving forward. So someone better get a baseball coach in there to help him out. But I kind of liked his 88 yards rushing, and was what Bowles was most concerned about. I think he'll be fine. Caleb better figure out that this is not college football where he's going to spin out of the pocket and run around. They're going to must rush him and then sack him for like 15-yard losses. And Bo Nix is not on a good team right now. So I think they'll have their troubles. Do I think any of them? I guess that's the question. Will any of these guys get to the playoffs as rookie quarterbacks? If I put that question out to myself, I'd probably bet on Chicago as a wild card.
And I think all of us would bet on the Bears not quite getting there. Okay, but yes, of the three, that they have the best chance. I believe we had the stat last night, 5th fewest number of, I don't know if it was passing yards or passing touchdowns, basically this century, okay, in week 1, 5th fewest. Do you think that's just, we've been talking for years about teams emphasizing the running game. We talked about how we had so many field goals this weekend. 2 teams had 6. By the way, Niners last night and the Steelers both in wins. Okay, for whatever reason, and I guess the fantasy people could let us know, oh, yeah, trust me, yards were down, TDs were down. But for whatever reason, Pat, okay, scoring and passing was down.
Yeah, there's going to be a million reasons why. I mean, there's certainly enough talented receivers. We certainly have enough quarterbacks that can throw the ball. The first instinct I have to that is, with the limited practice we have and too many walkthroughs, we do not, and I'd be interested if Troy felt this way, we do not practice enough in the red zone. And it lands up being a 15-minute period, usually on Friday, sometimes on Thursday. And to me, the passing game down there is a whole different thing. So all these vertical threat receivers disappear. There's no place to run deep. And now you got to be a precision passer and get it in there. So I would be tending to go look at the red zone production to see what's going on. So when you get down in there, I think all those field goals that are 35, 40 yards, to me, it's a breakdown of the red zone passing game, which is totally different than the open field. And I guarantee you, most of the coaches I talk to, I ask them all the time, I said, how much red zone are you doing? We sure do need a lot more. And I think that'd be the first place I'd study to see if I could arrive at a production answer versus that versus, let's say mid-season last year when everybody has practiced a lot.
Any of it just due to the fact that teams want to run the football more? I know it's a passing league, but as we've talked about with the smaller defensive players, particularly at linebacker, trying to have pass coverage linebackers, that teams are going to run the football more.
I'm excited to see that personally, for the reason you said, Mark. Undersized defenses, you can't let them get away with it. Tighten down your splits and go power run game. That's really what the Lions did at the end. They got into power mode. So is it an opportunity for others? Absolutely. the problem with these coaches is almost every guy that ever got an offensive coordinator's job or a head coaching job from the offensive side of the ball showed the world their passing game. Not many guys walk in and give you their run dissertation in order to get a head coaching job. So maybe we're having a different flavor of it. And I'm surprised, Mark, to tell you, because we don't do 9-on-7 anymore. 9-on-7 is where you learn how to run the ball. And we don't do the drill very much. And some guys don't do it at all anymore. So I'm kind of impressed the run game is working like this for the lack of real effort we used to put it. When I was in it, we never believed you could run the ball at all we did 9-on-7 2 days a week. And it was 10 live plays for the offense and 10 for the defense. That's 20 for the week. Nobody's doing that.
Before the break, I asked you if you were Mike Tomlin, what would you do? Russell Wilson, clearly, if you can't play, you're not 100% 7 days later. Do you send Russell Wilson with an 70-80% calf into Denver and all the stuff he's going to have to deal with playing in Denver and Sean Payton and what have you? Or do you just say to him, listen, you're starting week 3. Okay. What would you do if you were Tomlin?
Well, Tomlin's responsibility is to win the game. And if he thinks that 80% or 70% of Russell is a better opportunity than Justin, he just saw Justin. So he knows what he's got. And he might conclude, David, that 80% of Russell is better. I don't care about the return to Denver stuff. In this league, the way this thing goes with the volatility on rosters, everybody's returning. What are you going to do if Saquon has a thigh bruise? Not let him play against the Giants because he's not 100%?
Well, but I do think it's different with a quarterback. B, we know Russ didn't handle going back to Seattle well. I think he also may try to, if he's trying to nurse his way through the game with a calf injury, Russ won't do it against Denver because he wants to shove it up Sean's. Okay, that's my thing about sending Russ back to Denver. Okay, but I hear what you're saying, but I don't know. We all know Russ, he's a little different cat. Okay, and this would be personal for him. And if I'm Tomlin, I don't want personal. I want business.
Yeah, and so do I. And I would look at this and look at what Justin Fields did, and I want to ask myself, can he be a reason we win, or is he a liability and a reason we might lose? He did not do much.
He did not complete a single pass inside the numbers. Not a single pass inside the numbers. All his completions were at the line of scrimmage or from the numbers to the sideline. Okay, quite frankly, it looked like Jalen Hurts is a freshman in Alabama with Lane Kiffin call the plays.
No, so I'm playing Russell if he's healthy, and he doesn't have to be 100% because in about a month, no one will be 100%. But I can't believe Mark didn't bring this up. Mark and I have the same sense of humor when it comes to this. How about Russell in full pads while he's inactive?
Yeah, I don't get Russ. Never have, never will. But I'm playing him if he's ready because he's the starter. So I'm playing him against Denver. I'm with you, Pat. I'm not using the Denver things. Just your overall thoughts on the Dolphins, Pat. They're about to go down 24-7, and that game's over. They get the touchdown on the very next play and turn out to win a game that they didn't play particularly well in.
Yeah, and I was disappointed in what looked to me like not ready to go, and it kind of fell back into their hands. So I asked myself the question as that game ended. That was a game that I was spending a lot of time on. Will that performance beat the Buffalo Bills, who are wounded, and everybody wants to tell us how many guys are missing? That performance right there will not beat the Buffalo Bills. So they need to rev it up and get going here. And I don't think they were distracted by Tyreek Hill's issues either.
Dolphins hosting the Bills Thursday night. We will talk with Pat Kirwan again on Friday to recap that game and look ahead to an eventful week 2 of the NFL. Pat, as always, be well, safe travels. We'll talk again Friday.
Take care, fellas. Enjoy your day. Thank you.
Pat Kirwan joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers. Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, We're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
In-depth article or more James Earl Jones reading?
Just going through a bunch of articles. Just wonder, stuff to talk about.
Looked very engrossed there.
Tell you what, I'd hate to be a Browns fan right now. Golly.
Ran into one last night. He's not happy.
Oh, man. Guys, the whole Bo Nix thing in the Twitch chat room, can you give him a chance? Okay, Peyton Manning led the league in interceptions his first year with 28. Let him play. He's on a bad team. You can't judge him yet.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. If you've missed David Samson and Pat Kirwan, who have already been on the show, well, around 10:30 today, you can go to millerandmoulton.com and download what you've missed. Mark does a good job of putting every hour of the show up in podcast form, and there you go.
Yeah, I got a text yesterday at the end of the show. I was really busy this morning, missed most of the show. Can you hurry up and upload this thing? At least they were kind enough to put an LOL at the end of it. I was about to say, come on now. I didn't even get a thank you when I had it up by like 10:20. I looked. I thought I'd get oh, wow, you got that up quickly for me. Way to go. Maybe I'll yell at you every day.
So I'm trying to think of the fans that had the worst football weekend. And I know a couple of people, Mark, that are, because they're Irish Catholics from the Northeast. So they are Notre Dame and New York Giants football fans. So what I would present to you is there a football fan from this past weekend, Saturday, Sunday, the worst weekends from a fandom standpoint? Now, I got to argue, the Browns were so bad, Watson looked so bad, his contract, and now more lawsuits against him. I mean, I'm wondering if just being the Cleveland football fan could, make the top 3, top 5 list just because.
Well, the Cleveland one is up there. I ran into a Browns fan last night, had the finally the soccer got worked out. The daughter had her first soccer practice, which,
hey,
by the way, guess what happened with a night soccer practice in Southwest Florida?
In early to mid-September, let me guess, rain or lightning, and it didn't happen.
There you go. Okay. So a lot of time was spent by the concession stand, and everybody huddled underneath because it was the first practice. Coaches wanted to get to know the kids. So I knew a couple of the parents, and one of the guys, Frank, walked in. Frank's a big Browns fan. Frank had his Cleveland Browns shorts on, his Cleveland Indians t-shirt. Yes, it was an Indians t-shirt, and the Browns hat. He tripled it up. Shorts, shirt, hat.
Uh-huh.
And he looked defeated when he walked in. He just looked at me. Still wearing all his gear. He just looked at me, and I've known him for a while. Our daughters have played together on different teams, so I've known him for 3-4 years now. And he just looked, and he paused, and he looked again, and he said, "My Browns suck." I said, "Yes, and their quarterback's bad, and you can't get from out underneath that contract. It's not going to get better anytime soon." So I think Browns fan is in a tough spot because, like all teams, they had expectations, but their roster's good. They felt good going into the season.
Yes. I mean, they won 11 games last year with 5 different quarterbacks starting games. So their thought was, hey, if we can get our starter to actually start all 17 games. The problem is, when they acquired him, Mark, he was a top 5 quarterback in the league. And now he's trying to become a bottom 5 quarterback in the league. And that is not an exaggeration. I mean, maybe slight, maybe because of all the rookies playing, he might be bottom 10, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think he's bottom 5, but he could earn his way onto that list, David.
So just to tell you how bad it is with Deshaun Watson. According to Andrew Brandt, dead money owed to him this year, if they were to move on after this year, against the cap, it would cost him $200 million. Dead money next year, $172 million. He's a Brown through at least 2026. Now, my understanding from a cap standpoint was that if they moved on after this year, it would be like close to $70 million this year and close to $70 million the following in terms of a cap hit. But anyway, we're talking, this is staggering stuff. Is this the worst contract in the history of the league? In terms of what they've gotten from him, a fully guaranteed $230 million deal.
Well, David, it's certainly would arguably be one of the worst contracts in sports. It's the worst contract in the NFL, and it's the worst contract in the NFL for a lot of other reasons. Because of the guarantee, 100% guaranteed money, it forced other owners into guaranteeing more money than they've ever wanted to guarantee in contracts. He changed the way contracts were done in the league and yet didn't perform at all anywhere close to the value of the contract.
So I'm wondering, could it be potentially looming so bad in Cleveland that it overrides the Saturday-Sunday Notre Dame New York Giants football weekend? I don't know if it does. I mean, that was pretty bad. Both teams getting embarrassed at home, one losing as a 28-point favorite, and the other team unable to score a touchdown, and making Sam Darnold look the best he's ever looked.
Trying to think what other fan bases are out there that had, I mean, because you can separate Notre Dame and the Giants. That just happens to be people in your world. That's a pretty, it's South Bend, Indiana. It's New York. We've got a little bit of space there. I think they're almost separate, and we thought the Giants were going to stink.
Okay, how about this? NC State, Carolina Panthers.
The good news is that a lot of NC State fans, because of where they are also Washington Commander fans. But David, that is rough because high expectations for the Wolfpack. They get their doors blown off by the Volunteers. I mean, just embarrassed.
Right.
And Carolina looks as if they're on the clock. As badly as the Giants played, Carolina appears to be on the clock.
Georgia Tech, Atlanta Falcons football weekend. Not great. Georgia Tech losing at Syracuse. And then the Falcons not looking good and losing at home to Justin Fields and the Steelers.
Did Syracuse scoring that many points bother you, Florida State fan? Because that's all I was thinking watching the game. It's going, wow, Syracuse put 31 up on this boys, huh? And what did you do? That's all I could think watching that game, and I watched a decent chunk of it.
Okay.
Falcons fans in a tough spot right now.
Well, and they go to Philly week 2. Now, I mean, they hope that Detroit takes care of business at home against Tampa Bay so that they're only, because I don't think the Falcons or anyone else is taking the Saints seriously yet. But so there you go. I'm just trying to think of like the really bad, if you've got someone like this in your life, you really need to be gentle with them week. Because, man, was this bad. I mean, we could go. I mean, the Colts lost at home. So if we're sticking with the whole Indiana thing, Notre Dame Colts fan, They can't be too disappointed with the Colts. It was a good game. The quarterback showed real potential, blah, blah, blah.
But if we were just, I don't think you have to put the combo in there. I mean, what fan base was hit the hardest? Notre Dame, Cleveland Browns.
I think Notre Dame. Because I think in this sense, like the Browns have 16 weeks and they can make up for this. I don't know if Notre Dame can lose another game. So, all right, let's do the poll game. They have fallen to what, around 18, 19?
Yes.
Okay, if they keep winning, you do the whole 1 week. They move up a spot a week even. So by the time they go to USC, 9 wins down the road. What are they? The 8, 9, 10? Okay, they'd be 10-1 going to USC. What do you think they are?
They'd be a top 10 team.
Okay, so they're 8th, 9th, or 10th. They lose. They making the playoffs?
I don't think so. Let me ask you this. Somehow Florida State gets their act together. They lose to Florida State but beat USC.
No, absolutely not. No, the only scenario where Notre Dame could, in my opinion, potentially make it is I don't think that you can have 2 bad losses.
Well, and I said Florida State gets their act together a little bit, and they're not they end up being a 8-4 type team, 9-3 type team.
Okay, but then what? So your best wins are A&M and Florida State, 2-8.
No, your best ones would be A&M and USC.
Oh, okay.
That's all I'm saying. Because I don't think they can lose the US. It's the end of the year, which matters a lot in college football. Timing's everything. I don't think they can lose their last game and make the playoff now that they've lost to Northern Illinois. I think the SEC will end up getting 5.
Heck, I saw something the other day in which I think it was last night in which somebody's projecting the SEC gets 6 because Notre Dame's going to be out. That the ratio is going to be 6-3, 1-1-1. Golly.
Well, after Penn State's performance against Bowling Green, Iowa losing to Iowa State.
Hey, listen.
Oregon's looked terrible so far. They're 2-0, but I mean, they squeak out a win against Idaho, which the numbers were very much in their favor, but against Boise, they won a 3-point game.
I don't know. The SEC's getting a little bit of a pass here. The SEC's had, the middle to bottom of the conference, which is just lost a bunch of games. Just flat out lost, number one. Number two, Alabama was upset 1 point in the fourth quarter at home against South Florida. 1 point. As a 31-point favorite. They're up 1 point in the fourth quarter at home against South Florida. And they get a pass. Ole Miss and Missouri haven't played anybody yet.
Well, Missouri's not going to play anybody. That's part of their charm.
Not really. Not this year. It's a hell of a schedule they put together.
Got to win the games, though. Iowa didn't play a whole lot of teams. And they
Oklahoma
looked Iowa State. Their chances have pretty much disappeared because they're going to lose to the Buckeyes.
Oklahoma has not looked good this year, by the way.
No.
They needed a late grunter to cover against Temple. And they win 16-12 or something like that Saturday?
Against Houston.
Yeah, who just got humiliated the week before. So, I got to admit, the middle to bottom of the SEC has looked bad.
And LSU obviously losing to USC.
Now, I will say, Georgia looked great when they had to. Tennessee looks like the fly in the ointment right now. With that young quarterback. Oh, boy.
Looks pretty good.
The two young QBs look, the Tennessee and Nebraska young quarterbacks that we pounded the table about before the season, and we said, just telling you, watch these quarterbacks. They're special. Did you see, by the way, tell me the Raiola doesn't look like he's Patrick. Honestly, he looks like he's playing Patrick Mahomes in the movie. The headband, the hair, the number. It's the Nebraska colors, but the orange, the red. But tell me he doesn't look like he's Mahomes. He's auditioning to play him in a movie is what he looks like.
I do like that over Nebraska bet.
What was it, 7.5?
7.5.
We're cashing that one. That sucker's done.
Which is why I'm playing Lagway this week against A&M. I need to have the hope of my quarterback. I need to watch him get better. Raiola and the kid at Tennessee are proving my point, David. I know you'd go with Mertz, and I know the reasons why, and I don't disagree with your reasons why, but I would counter with, if their offensive line can't block, don't I want someone that can get away or someone that's going to stand there and get hit?
That's one argument, but I go into the game thinking that we are going to slow them down up front, but I need the veteran signal caller to call the line play and all that. I would be saying to you, Coach, I hear you. Maybe I go with a short leash, but I really want to give Mertz the shot in the first quarter. I want to see if we can block these guys. We got to be in the right place. Right looks. Okay. That's the way I'd go.
Because A&M hasn't proven they can score either. They're offensively challenged.
Yes. And have been for a while. Yes, absolutely.
So those are just, a couple of things going on there in the football world as we kind of hodgepodge that around the country with a little college and a little pro.
By the way, if you're leaving us at the top of the hour, tomorrow we'll have our weekly interviews with the good folks at Pro Football Network, with Seth Everett, with Bud Elliott, and with Chris Perkins covering the Dolphins. Man, he's had nothing to write about.
No, not at all. Should be an interesting interview with Chris. See if he can get detained before the interview.
Look at you. We're not going to do it, though. I mean, we're the ones doing the interview. I mean, we're going to detain him on the phone. We're going to hold him for about 12 to 14 minutes, but come on.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family. This is Miller and Moulton.
You know, I have to laugh. Going back to Felipe producing. Felipe, if he had to use the facilities during a break, he'd have to bring me over. Hit this button at this time. And there's 2 or 3 minutes before 5 or 4 minutes. I don't know how in those 4 or 5 minutes you can't walk down the hall 15 seconds, use the facilities, and walk back. I don't know what Felipe did during those breaks, but he really took a long time.
Well, maybe he just had to empty the tank.
Right, maybe. But get up 5 minutes earlier.
Well, Ambient, if he was out more than 3 to 4 weeks, which is what the Packers think, I think they would have signed Tannehill. But like if he was out for the year, I think they would have signed Tannehill. I think they would have started with Malik and then see how he did, but gotten Tannehill ready. I forget who was talking about Dak. If the Cowboys had not re-signed Dak and he was playing elsewhere next year, he still was going to count $35 million against the Cowboys cap next year because of all the restructuring they had done.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the Diamond District bonus hour in the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Obviously talking a lot of football today. Week 1 in the books in the NFL. Week 3, if you will, about ready to get going in college football. Niners disposed of the Jets last night. If you didn't watch or couldn't watch, 32-19 the final. Hey, after the game, Jordan Mason, the running back who filled in for Christian McCaffrey, and let's be honest, Mark, I text you, and I don't know when you saw it. I text you right when we got the inactives, which is 90 minutes before kickoff. Every NFL team has to let the league, who immediately notifies the broadcast booth, of who the inactive players are on each roster. They also then put a sheet together and let you know who they've promoted from the practice squad and what have you. And they race to the booth and get it to the broadcasters. And they race to the press box to hand it to all the media assembled so they can all post it on X. That's how the NFL handles injuries. Mason, after the game, was asked on the field, "Hey, when did you know you were playing?" Because we assumed he got tapped on the shoulder about 2 hours before kickoff. He said, "Oh, no, I knew on Friday." Yeah. This ain't Georgia. The NFL is not going to be happy about that. And they can't publicly say why, but Mark, why is the NFL really not going to be happy about that?
Well, they're gambling and fantasy football partners, David.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
I mean, if you had Christian McCaffrey on a fantasy team and you found out on Friday that he wasn't playing, now you may have still been able to get this kid because I doubt he was picked up by a lot of. Now, you may have already had him on your team if you did a good job handcuffing McCaffrey so that you had his backup in case of an instance like this because McCaffrey's often injured. Then maybe you were all set. Maybe someone else stole your handcuff from you. It's possible in the draft. I don't know what percent he was drafted in leagues. I would have thought he would have been readily available yesterday. So you could have made a move and picked him up yesterday at, 6:30?
Yeah, I mean, the official word was about 6:50 Eastern.
Yes, I guess, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So now, and as is pointed out in our Twitch chat room, okay, technically, I think the Niners are going to argue, no, we told Jones he was playing. We weren't sure about McCaffrey's status, but we knew we weren't going to give McCaffrey a full workload. That's what the Niners are going to say. That's not how it came off. It came off. Now, I will say, and this is the other thing the NFL does. Now, just imagine if this was the case in college football. And I just wonder how long it's going to be until this is going to have to be the so-called law of the land. But this is the reason in which college football does not have a commissioner. It's up to each individual commissioner of a conference. Will they take on their football coaches to do this? The NFL mandates every team every day submit a participation list of practice. And you have to list whether or not somebody if they were on the injury report the day before and they practiced in full, say they were on the injury report Wednesday, they practiced in full Thursday, they have to appear under full participation. Then you've got the limited participation. It lists the player, it lists the injury. And then there's the did not participate. You have to list the player and the reason why. Sometimes it's just rest, okay, what have you. This is every day in the NFL. You can't get injury information out of a college head coach with a subpoena.
I know it's football and football. We don't get it in hockey, and we don't. We don't get it. We don't get inactives in basketball. They just decide to not play a guy we don't know sometimes until right before the game. I mean, the NFL is the only league that does it. I don't think baseball really has they have an IL when a player goes on the IL.
Mm-hmm.
But if so-and-so's not starting tomorrow because they're resting him for an injury, I don't know if they have to list that.
I don't believe they do. I will say baseball, though, it's difficult to withhold so much information just because of how much media they allow in the locker room. Like it's unusual, Mark, if you are following your team in baseball, in which if a guy doesn't play tonight, that you're not aware that he's questionable at least going in. He got hit by a pitch. They took him out of the game. He didn't play yesterday. Will he be back in the lineup tonight? I mean, baseball doesn't list it officially like the NFL, but if you're paying close attention, the beat writers still do a pretty damn good job of letting you know who's banged up.
No, not the beat writers and really the own teams within their announcers.
Yeah.
If you listen to the pregame, you're right. But they could hide it if they wanted to. That's all I'm saying. There are no rules that are preventing them from keeping the information from you.
Now, there's no doubt McCaffrey was listed on the limited participant every Thursday, Friday. And I will say, for what it's worth, when we're doing a Monday Night Football game, that week, there's a bunch of us at ESPN who get included in the email list of those teams. So like I got Jets and 49ers PR emails for a week. So I know the injury status of everybody, every day. I get the report because I'm on the email list. And he was listed as a limited participant all week. However, when asked all week and into the weekend, the vibe that the Niners were giving was not, he'll be a game time decision on Monday when we work him out before the game, or he's doubtful. How many NFL players do you see listed as questionable who are not active? Questionable, not doubtful, questionable.
Not a game. We're talking practice. It's all
But-
sorry. You're doing that. I couldn't even respond to anything you said because I was doing Iverson in my head.
And that's fine. That's good. And
That's
listen,
on me, and I apologize.
You got me started early. We were talking about the passing of James Earl Jones, and you talked about the scene in Coming to America. So I've had that playing in my head also throughout the day.
Hello, Babar.
Oh, man. Okay. But back to when you see that someone is listed as questionable, do you think that's 50-50? Or do you think that's 60-40, 70-30 he's playing?
60-40, 70-30 he's playing.
And then during out the course of the week, when he stays questionable, the coaches are asked. Players are asked. Did anybody paying attention to this game have the feeling that McCaffrey was not going to play? Not that maybe he wouldn't get a full workload, okay? Because the Niners did say they wanted to give Jordan Mason some more work and not have McCaffrey carry the same workload that he did last year. The Niners said that out loud late last week. So they gave the indication, McCaffrey's questionable. He's got the calf injury. He'll play, but he probably won't carry the same workload. Oh, okay. Listen, you think whatever you want about the media covering the league and what have you. There are very few times when a guy ends up on the inactive list in which we all go, what?
Yeah, you sent me for a loop last night. In all seriousness, I'm at my daughter's soccer practice. I get a text message because I don't want to watch soccer practice, and I'm excited that my phone beeped. And it was from you. So then I know it's relevant because you're at a game.
Right.
And it's McCaffrey's out. And I'm like, I'll be damned.
Right.
We hadn't heard this at all. It wasn't a possibility.
Right.
We did a whole show on Monday. Never mentioned once that McCaffrey wouldn't be playing.
No. Now.
And the team made it sound like he was going to play.
Well, they certainly did not give any indication that he wouldn't play. Curious how far the NFL takes this. Okay, and you could just say, oh, man, Moulton, making another mountain out of a molehill. Here's what I would be saying if I was in the room with Roger. I would be saying, you do know if you go light on the Niners here, 31 other teams are going to go out of their way now they're going to try unbelievably hard to officially withhold information from us.
This is the old Belichick listing everybody as questionable.
Correct. I'm just saying that if I'm Raj in the NFL here, I'm coming down hard on the Niners. And I don't even care if I come off looking unfair. I don't. This was a shock.
Deion and the Buffaloes has a better ring to it than Raj in the NFL. We need a better ending for.
Well, let's see.
Raj and the owners.
Raj and the owners. Raj and Park Avenue.
Raj Avenue.
Ooh. Since the NFL offices are in Manhattan, and they think many things about New York, but one of them is Radio City Music Hall and the Rockettes. How about Raj and the Rockettes?
Ooh, sounds like a good lounge act.
It really does. They're playing the Poconos, all right? Mount Pocono on Thursday, Stroudsburg on Friday. Raj and the Rockettes.
Deion and the Buffalo still has a better R&B feel to it.
Raj and the Rockettes opening for Deion and the Buffalo Saturday in East Stroudsburg. Just
what type of big deal do they make out of this? A fine?
I'd even take a draft pick. Because come on, you're fine.
No, I know. That's why. I mean, the fine means nothing.
You find a $6 billion franchise, $50,000 or whatever you're going to find them. Even if you find them $1 million. Also, how angry can the owner get with you? Raj turns around and goes, "Shut up! I gave you Super Bowl 60. Shut up!" I mean, seriously, no. I'm taking away a 5th round pick.
I think that's the type of hardball you have to play to get them to comply. Fear of losing something that they don't want to lose. Money's not something that they are fearful of losing. They don't care. They're making boatloads of it.
So this is just one of those, maybe I am making too much out of it, but I'd be very curious how the NFL handles the fact that McCaffrey didn't play and how the Niners handled it.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
David, Sean does bring up a valid point there. Was he on the field for pregame warmups, McCaffrey?
Don't know. Be brutally honest. I wasn't looking. I don't know.
Just a valid point.
And there's no doubt, ugly bag of water and what have you. Listen, there's no doubt the Niners are going to say we didn't pull any shenanigans here. Okay. Yeah, I get it. But also, there's no doubt that Mason gave the appearance last night that he knew Friday. He gave the appearance and he knew Friday that McCaffrey wouldn't play. That's what the NFL has to get down and find out. And the Niners are going to say, no. We told him on Friday to just expect, more workload, blah, blah, blah.
Time's your flight?
12:47
Pacific?
out of Frisco. So, because you can do San Francisco or San Jose from here. But
so where do you fly to? Atlanta?
Dallas. I'm on American. It gets me home earlier. Yep, if it's Delta, you go through Atlanta. If it's United, you go through Houston. Ugly bag of water, both Fox and ESPN, every single time we've had a San Francisco 49ers game has put us in the Four Seasons in Palo Alto. We did a Raiders game on a Thursday night, second to last Raiders home game ever against Phillip Rivers and the Chargers. They put us in a hotel in downtown Frisco. Yeah, it's part of a corporate park, if you will. So it's surrounded by offices.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Mark Miller joins us from the Floormeister studio. Floormeisters, keeping it real. I'll be leaving the West Coast, not of Florida, which is where Mark is, but of America in about, I guess it's 3.5 hours. Getting back to Jacksonville tonight. I'll be in the 239 with you Thursday.
Yeah, big travel week for you this week.
Yeah, I'm home for like an hour and a half this week. Get home tonight, do the show Wednesday, drive down to Fort Myers Wednesday night. All right, do the show Thursday in Fort Myers. Have a medical thing, drive back to Jacksonville, do the show in Jacksonville Friday, fly out to Indianapolis. We got Notre Dame, Purdue, and USC, Michigan, our next two. Not bad. 10, 12 people might watch.
A few more might be watching that Notre Dame game after their performance against Northern Illinois.
So you know me, Mark. I'm always sucking up to the network execs.
Right. That's your style.
Right. And by sucking up, translated, that means I always bring up things they don't want to hear. So talking with one of the CBS execs, two of them actually, before the Iowa State game, in which they said, we're talking about future games and, hey, are we going to get this? Are we going to get this? And I go, Notre Dame at USC, we're going to get that. And they go, we think we got a real shot at that. Because it's the Big Ten scheduling is very fluid, the three networks, and, it's much like NFL scheduling, to be honest with you. I mean, the NFL schedule is, there are large parts of it that are still fluid to all of the networks. Anyway, back to the final game of the regular season, late November, Notre Dame at USC. And are we going to get that? And they go, well, we think we're in play for it, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And one of the execs says, it'd be great if Notre Dame's undefeated. And I said, I actually think it'd be better if they were 10-1. And of course, the two executives looked at me and said, "You're an idiot." And I go, "All right, let me make my case." I go, "If you've got 11-0 Notre Dame, they're in the playoff, whether they beat USC or not, right?"
Yes, I believe
Okay.
so.
Okay. Now, give me 10-1 Notre Dame. Doesn't that feel like a play-in game for the Irish? I go, what if? And I said, I believe your best case scenario for a rating, 10-1 Notre Dame, 9-2 USC. It's a de facto play-in game into the national tournament. Am I off base here?
I don't think so at all. I actually think you're right on stream with how I would want this game to be, because you're going up against a few games that week.
Oh, yeah. Right. I mean, the early game that day, a little something called Ohio State, Michigan. Okay, usually in mid-afternoon, there's this Iron Bowl thing. Yeah, it's a thing. Never mind any of the other
all of the games that are going on and all of the ramifications it could be with SEC games, I think putting a de facto playoff game up against that would be the best result in a high rating, even though these teams rate pretty high regardless. And this game rates pretty high regardless.
And so, yeah, in one sense, Notre Dame undefeated, top 5, that's great for marquee purposes and what have you. But like if I'm NBC going forward, short term, are you taking a hit because they lost to Northern Illinois? Yes. But if you really think about it, doesn't Notre Dame now have 10 consecutive playoff games? Isn't every game for Notre Dame? Isn't this almost, Mark, like what we've had or we thought we've had the last few years where, oh, man, I don't know, you suffer an early season loss and you suffer one more, you're done. I mean, the few times that Alabama lost early in the season, I know we at CBS felt like, well, hell, Alabama's, if you thought they were must-see TV before, they're really must-see TV now because they can't lose another one.
It's an interesting way to look at it, and I think you're right. And I think the one thing we've tried to, and the one thing that's had me excited about this college football season is far more games matter this year than ever before. And now we've just thrown in the rest of Notre Dame's season.
I mean, I think so. I could be wrong. Short term, people may go, they're not that good. Okay. They may have to win 2, 3, 4 in a row for people to go, oh, okay. Well, let's see what they got. Can I ask a rhetorical question with a decent amount of snark? When's the last time Notre Dame had what you thought was a stud quarterback? And in parentheses, I'll say, was it Brady Quinn?
I was going to answer Brady Quinn.
Okay. You do know he played his last game at Notre Dame in 2006, right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Now, they've made, 3 playoffs since then. They have. I mean, Brian Kelly in the 2010s won games. They played for the Natty with a freshman quarterback who wasn't that great. Brian took them to 2 other 14 playoffs. But now let me ask you this. How can Michigan have the quarterback situation in the landscape of college football that we have this year, where you can literally go out and buy a player? How does Michigan have a walk-on quarterback? Not because of injury 8 weeks into the season when 3 guys have gotten hurt. I mean, isn't it, if you're a Notre Dame fan and this year a Michigan fan, isn't it fair? Like, people are saying Ian Book was a stud. A stud? A stud. He was a 4th-round draft pick. A stud? Was he a good college quarterback? Yes. A stud.
That's their best one since Brady Quinn.
I'll give you that. In the last 18 years, he's your best quarterback.
But the stud part, I'm not sure think about who stud quarterbacks are, and would you put Ian Book on that list? I
And then-
wouldn't.
And then if I'm a Michigan fan this year, now listen, the kid's story's great. Walk on the yeah, okay, but is he our quarterback week 1? I mean, he needs to be our quarterback, kind of like when Tommy Cutlets became the Giants quarterback midseason last year. Yeah, because 3 guys got hurt, and they needed somebody, and they took this guy off the side of the road. Great, wonderful story. Love it.
Michigan's got into the portal, but they haven't got into the quarterback part of the portal yet. They've bought a lineman. They've bought this. They've bought that. They've not gone full in, because if they would have gotten a quarterback.
They couldn't buy a 1-year quarterback. I mean, Miami just did.
I think Miami has more NAL money than Michigan.
Well, maybe they do, but Mark, is there a more important position than this?
No, I'm saying that I don't believe Michigan's jumped full in to the transfer portal from the standpoint of buying players. It's just not where they are.
How could you not?
That's an organizational problem.
That's what I'm bringing up. That I was just thinking the last couple of days. I'm like, man, why does how do you think of Michigan? Well, I don't think their quarterback's good enough. Yeah, which begs the question, how could that be? If injury is not the reason why, how could you think that Michigan's starting quarterback is not talented enough? It's Michigan. How could they not have a talented quarterback? How can Notre Dame have Ian Book be their best quarterback for 18 years? I mean, I'd have no problem if Ian Book was their 3rd best quarterback, 4th best quarterback over the last 18 years. You're Notre Dame. I mean, isn't that fair of me if I was a Notre Dame fan, which I grew up being? Isn't that a fair question to ask? And I loved Brian Kelly's head coach in Notre Dame. Okay, but I would be like, dude, you can't get a better quarterback than this? And now that money's involved? Out in the open?
Have another bingo. I mean, what do you got to do?
I mean, I'm being told maybe Jimmy Clausen was better. Okay. Scale of 1 to 10. Are we talking 7.5s here? At best an 8? Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today's the day one coming up.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the 2nd highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David Moulton.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family. This is Miller and Moulton.
Adam, are you saying you've turned on Trevor? I wonder if ATN carries the ball into the end zone. It's 24/7 if you think differently. That's all. And I'm not arguing with you a whole lot because I don't know what's going on with Trevor.
I got to admit, that touchdown he threw into the corner of the end zone was really nice. And he was about to get drilled. I mean, that was a really nice throw. Tight window. But, I mean, what they have, like 170 yards passing or something like that? I will say they only ran 50 plays. I mean, they couldn't stay on the field. Did nothing after that drive where ATN fumbled. In the last 17 minutes of the game, they were just holding on.
You had the first 8, Adam? You didn't cash?
Yep. And what's his face? Warner did it last night to Breece Hall. Just punching the ball.
Well, you can almost see those defensive players' eyes get big when they're running at that angle from behind or the angle, and they're seeing that.
Yep.
They're seeing that ball. It's just.
Yep.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
The Diamond District bonus hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Mark broadcasting from the Floormeister studio. Floormeister's keeping it real. I'll be back in the cozy confines of the 904 tomorrow, flying back from Frisco in a few hours. So I have to admit, not to sound like an old guy who talks about the weather a lot, but, you know, we live in Florida where it's still in the 90s and it's pretty humid. I just had back-to-back football games, sunny, not a cloud in the sky, 68 degrees. The second weekend of September.
Why are you trying to rub it in?
It felt like, I don't know, December. It was like, damn.
You know, I'm hoping that some of our listeners, or maybe you, I've not done it yet, but I'm going to start asking my daughter, what's in your mind? I want to start using this more because it is the proper way. What's on your mind is a hat. Hair. What's in your mind? And have them question you and say, well, no. What's in your mind? I see what's on your mind. Hair, skin. What's in it? That's what I want to know.
Because we do say, what's going on in there? What are you thinking about in there? So now if we phrase it and go,
what's in your mind?
What's in your mind?
That's all.
Let us know what's in your mind. Well, we've been trying for years to do something that catches on nationally, We thought Twix was a real shot. Twitter, X, okay, we gave it a shot for like the whole first year. Called it Twix. Everybody we had on the show was like, I really like that. Well, spread the word. Nothing.
So I want to, I've not used it yet. And I'm going to use it here in a group setting. So what's in your mind?
So you figure it's safer to use it on the 10-year-old daughter than it is to use it on the wife.
I don't know how much she listens to me anymore, David. I at least have the assumption when I pick the daughter up from school that in that initial drive out of the parking lot, she's paying attention. Now, once we make a couple of right turns, she's got her, she does her schoolwork on an iPad now, so that can be out and she can just look at me. I'm doing homework, Dad. I don't know. I'm in the front seat. She's in the back. I really have no idea.
Right. But you think you've got 1 to 3 minutes of undivided attention.
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't know when I have that with my wife.
And so you say, hey, honey, what's in your mind? Dad, that's not how you say it. No, actually, it is.
As a matter of fact, it is, honey, and here's why.
She'll be like, Mom, can you start picking me up?
Again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
We go to 1897. The first person ever arrested for drunk driving. 25-year-old London taxi driver George Smith slammed his cab into a building. He pled guilty and was fined 25 shillings. 1953, Swanson sells its first TV dinner.
Oh, wow. That was a good.
Were you big on TV dinners? Since your mom didn't cook, were TV dinners a part of the household growing up?
They were. That was considered cooking for my mom.
Right. Billie Jean King wins her first of 4 U.S. singles crowns today in 1967. In a match of two very similar people, Eli Nastase beat Arthur Ashe in 72 for the U.S. Men's Open title in 5 sets. 73, Ali defeats Norton in a split decision at the Forum in Inglewood. 1975, Kiss releases their live album, Kiss Alive. Spectacular album.
They were monster big.
They really were. They were on lunchboxes. They were lunchbox big, David.
Yep.
77, Chrissy wins her 3rd straight U.S. Open. 78, Connors becomes the first to win the U.S. Open on 3 different services, beating Borg in straight sets. Martina wins her first U.S. Open today in 83. The first episode of the syndicated version of Jeopardy with Alex Trebek was today in 1984. Steffi Graf wins her first U.S. Open and completes the Grand Slam today in 88. Nirvana releases Smells Like Teen Spirit today in 1991. The X-Files.
Let me ask you this. I'm sorry. Change music? Nirvana?
Yeah. Yeah, that was a monster and brought grunge into the living room. You had a lot of other bands out there doing the same thing, but it was Smells Like Teen Spirit, that Nirvana song, which led to that album.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. The X-Files debuted on Fox today in 93. Sampras beats Agassi for his 3rd U.S. Open today in 95. Mark McGwire joins Babe Ruth as the only players to hit 50 home runs in 2 consecutive years today in 97. The Fight Club premiered today in 1999. Bunch of other tennis happened in the 2000s, but I figured you had enough U.S. Open already. Arnold Palmer, Roger Maris, Bob Lanier, all born today. Those celebrating birthdays, singer Jose Feliciano is 79. Larry Nelson is 77. Anything you want to add, David?
Oh, don't get me started about why Larry Nelson was never a Ryder Cup captain. Not only that, he served this country in the Navy. He won 3 majors, including 2 PGAs, and the Ryder Cup's run by the PGA of America. I don't get it. He also was literally taught the game by a club pro in his early 20s. I mean, he would have been a staggering representation for the game of golf as Ryder Cup captain. Do not get me started.
Bill O'Reilly, 75. Gary Danielson, 73 years old today. Did you get him a card?
No.
Okay.
No, I will send him a text when I'm at the airport, though.
Randy Johnson is 61, and Ben Wallace is 50 years old today. What did I miss, David?
Only one thing. We've had a few hurricanes, but before Andrew, there was Donna. And Donna made her way up and made it all the way in the Northeast. Donna's a 4-letter word in quite a few parts of America. Hurricane Donna battled the Keys today in 1960.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
There's a mouse for each computer here to my right. I grabbed the wrong mouse to start the music, and when it didn't work, I don't know if you can call, they're not really mice. But I got a little thrown off there. For the good today, we go to the Barrier Islands in Georgia, where Rebecca Bowling said she and her boyfriend were on a camping trip to Cumberland Island to celebrate her birthday. And as they were walking the beach, she said, "You know what would be so cool? I've never found a message in a bottle." 10 minutes later, while walking, you know what she found, David? A message in a bottle. Turned out it hadn't been in the water that long. It was thrown from a girl in Charleston, South Carolina, nearly a month before. But a fun little story that I thought I would share. For the bad, we go to California, where Scott Cloutier shared a video of a bear wandering inside his South Lake Tahoe cabin. The bear breaks into the cabin, gets into the refrigerator, and starts consuming a jar of jelly. Didn't do much other damage to the cabin, but did finish his snack. Finally, the ugly. We go to Orange County, California, where a fire that scorched more than 5,400 acres was started by a public works crew who were trying to prevent access to dangerously dry brush. Fortunately, no one was injured, a lot of dry vegetation, and they got the fire under control, reasonably quickly. Had to evacuate 1,400 homes, all started by public works crews who were trying to prevent access to the fire-rich land. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, September the 10th, 2024. The good, the bad, and the ugly brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. Signing bonuses of $10,000 for new police officers. That's capecops.com.
So full slate in Major League Baseball tonight. And I will say there are a few more interesting games because of the Twins' struggles. If the Twins had just won a couple games in the last week or so, that the 6 playoff teams in the American League would pretty much be settled. It would just be a matter of who's finishing with what seeding. But now you got Detroit, Boston, and Seattle that are all 3 games behind the Twins. So that means the Colorado at Detroit. And by the way, I will say this. The Tigers have a very difficult remaining schedule, except for their next 3 games when they host the Rockies. The Tigers need to sweep. They just do, because this is who Detroit plays after Colorado. They play Baltimore. They play Kansas City. They play Baltimore. Okay. And then they got the Rays and the White Sox after that. Okay. But they got, 10 games in the middle after this 3-game stretch in which it's going to be tough to make up ground.
But the Twins have 4 at Cleveland, 3 at Boston, and finish with 3 against Baltimore. The Red Sox are still very much in this thing with their series against the Twins left on the schedule.
KC's at the Yankees. Yankees with a 2-game lead in the loss column on the Orioles. Royals still trying to hang in there. Look like the 5 seed right now in the American League, trying to hang in there, chasing down the Guardians. Twins hosting the Angels, by the way. Seattle, for what it's worth. Who's Seattle playing again? I had it here. I don't know. TBS double dip tonight. 7 and 10. Orioles, Red Sox, Cubs, Dodgers. Marlins on the road in Pittsburgh. Rays on the road in Philadelphia. WNBA, 3 games tonight. No Caitlin Clark in the Fever.
Seattle's got the Padres.
Okay. For the record, by the way, I guess we're just beating a dead horse, but this is how big of a draw Caitlin Clark is. She played on Ion on Friday. Ion TV, known for running Blue Bloods reruns. That's basically the best thing Ion TV's got going for them. Right?
That's one more show than I knew was on Ion.
Okay. The NFL was playing Friday night. That was her competition. Okay, it was on Peacock, but still. The National Football League, Day 2. That was her competition. They drew 1.3 million people on Ion to watch Indiana play Minnesota. Would have been like the 4th highest rated game on NBA TV all of last year. Right. She is a monster.
And she is a monster. It's not the WNBA. They're benefiting from her, don't get me wrong, but it's not Reese, it's Caitlin Clark. She's where the eyeballs are. It's not close. It's not worth the discussion, really.
No, she's definitely helped. There's no doubt. The other broadcasts that were doing 300,000 are now doing 450. There's no doubt she's helped. People have watched and said, "Oh wow, the play's better than I thought." It's helped, but there's no. She though moves the needle like crazy. Everywhere else, it's just up. All right. I say the debate does 30 million tonight. I say it does NFL wild card weekend ratings.
All right.
I do. No guarantee. They're debating that this is probably it. It's a Tuesday night, nothing going on. Okay. I think it does 30 million.
I'm surprised that, and I know Bill Maher does a Friday night show and John Oliver does a Sunday night show. I'm surprised that HBO doesn't have a post-debate show with one of these people. They spend so much time on politics. Why they wouldn't do a post show?
I'm with you.
Because the networks go to news. They're going to cover it and they're going to go to news.
Right. But so over under 30 million. What do you say? I mean, this is like Cowboys in 425 window.
I'll go under.
Ooh. I'm going to go over.
You're probably right. It's my personal thing. I don't know how much I want to watch.
That's fine.
This.
No, that's fine. But I think this is the entertainment for America tonight. We got no sports. We have no original programming anywhere else.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, is your mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle. Well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.